clearly an open and shut case in prison. By the syndicate, microchips implanted in my wrist to get branded. Mugshot scanning along with a handprint. And the biometric tracking is mandatory. When my story begins, just another prisoner was making amends. The cell doors open. Everyone exits their cells in a uniform motion. But none of us move until the guard is spoken. Cause a spoken joy and a pleasant notion. And a cold titanium stalls become walls. Gravity shackles engage between my thin wrists and I shift my legs. Shuffle past the med ward, where the med boy is hard at work with their record. Sedate the inmates and make peace. And straight seeds and crazies when they cease to miscalibrate the state's needs by doing just whatever they please. You gotta follow every law to the letter, or find yourself in prison sitting with men who refuse doing better.
A new privacy application is making waves in the news again after another wave of arrests have brought down at least 35 people in 6 states related to online privacy and neutrality.
I'm fresh to my conclave, a conclave of convicts who rock this system devoid of all conflict upon which speaking out gets you jailed with a promise. Speech is a crime defined by the law now. Incorrect speech incarcerate long now. Used to be the way to convey your freedom. Now it's just a way to display your demons. Beat fellow citizens up on the streets, the ones they swore to protect from elites. But now for the battles where batons are beat. Anyone who doesn't conform to the norm established by the branches of a government born from a document drafted to shut us survival, but instead it destroyed all the rights to rival because the corrupt found a way to stop it. No one pure soul finds a way into politics, so all this voting is represented by representatives who were bad to begin with. And the promise of money became true. Every vulture took a piece of the loot. Now all the people at the bottom, they got nothing to do except watch as the world slowly fades to blue. 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 Like this. Liquid crystals beaming brands against the skyline scraped by buildings and the strand of sand moistened by the gentle hand of the waves that slowly cleanse the land. The sins forgotten. Some say this place is rotten, but it's the only home that I've ever known. Vast and washed out neon tone structures, the stone shall mask the unknown. Graphite colored streets gritted neatly, edged by walls of grease and graffiti. Plots of land where the palm trees sway next to the alleyways in decay. Reflected screens in serene puddles, disturbed by trucks exiting tunnels. Slashing pedestrians of the even. My city stay living and breathing. San Sequestro, where the dregs and best go to seek fortunes and escrow. Most rob, cheat, and steal for their nest, though the rest process the echo. I process the system, the network, propagating data for hire, true expert. Corporate interests keep the lights on, coating up the dirt in Python.
Well, it's another balmy evening in San Sequestro, 78 degrees with another light drizzle expected early tomorrow morning. In business news, the 5 major telecom carriers have successfully petitioned for their merger, electing to go under the name The Syndicate. The CEO of the newly formed entity, Nice Guyman, has personally ensured his company's pledge to unregulated and unrestricted internet, even though his company now has an effective monopoly, controlling over 85% of wired and wireless communications in the country. One can only hope the hard-fought battle for this merger, which required extensive lobbying by multiple communications and special interest groups, will not adversely affect the average consumer in pricing and usage. Here's Brandon with sports.
Beneath this silicon paradise is an underground and we found it on rights. Cryptographic ciphertext sit under nets in this wild, wild west. Keep faucet of information, unobstructed by most complications. Swapping source code data methods, keeping all trade extra protected. While this city sleeps, we defend every bit of these bits that we send. Behind benign hosting, we run blind. Anonymous VPNs and code lines. Hit past tumbled, reassembled, shot back through our data temples. Catastrophe is not coming, it's here. San Sequestro, the point of the spear.
Welcome to San Sequestro. Welcome to San Sequestro. Welcome to San Sequestro. Welcome to San Sequestro.
Hell yeah, that is the one and only YTCracker who's joining us tonight on the Hacker Rehab. Also No Self. So No Self, YTCracker, welcome. And welcome to everybody that's joining just exactly on time with us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, man. It's an honor, honestly. Like, whenever you guys come on, those that are good at their trade, it's always fun to talk and get the kind of inside scoop on things and like get a perspective that I don't think a lot of people really get. You know, you can watch whatever interviews on YouTube or whatnot, but that's always formatted, right? And as you can probably tell by our extremely on-time thing, we're super formatted. Anyways, structured, yes. Can't even get my words right. But anyways, yeah. I thank you a lot for coming on for short notice and doing it up. And thanks for the music for all over the years, man. I mean, seriously. It's we're both big fans, have been forever, and I gotta say it was kind of bizarre actually when somebody was like, no, YTCracker actually knows about you or whatever, the NOTDAN account. I'm like, what? Ooh, no. As I always kind of recoil in horror, like when a coworker comes up to me and is like, "Hey, I saw your tweet the other day." I'm like, "No, you didn't. No, and neither did HR." But
I remember the first time somebody dropped a Hacker Rehab link in our work Slack. I was like, "Oh fuck!" And the first thing I thought of was, I hope it's not an episode that I was on, and I hope I didn't say anything stupid. So,
well, I'm flattered to hear that everybody's first instinct is to say, "My God, I hope it wasn't an episode that I was on."
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's less you and more me. So,
well,
it's
I
less
mean,
you and more me. Oh fuck.
We don't censor.
Yeah.
We're not about the censorship. I mean, we self-censor as much as we have to, but other than that, like, yeah, we're all about, like, full frontal nudity and anything we can do. No, I'm just kidding. Now we just kind of just speaking the truth and not going by a script. So that said, yeah, once again, welcome. And that said, I also I think No Self, you had kind of a few things. We were talking before we went live because, you know, we don't respect the audience's time at all. No, I'm just kidding. Working out a few kinks. But No Self and Whitey were talking about a few really interesting things that I hope we get a chance to circle back to. So that would be really kick-ass.
Yeah, definitely.
But
I tried not to tried not to get too far into the questions, before the show started, because I didn't want to have to double back to them later on and it feel overly rehearsed. I think we'll just let it go organically. It's our strong point and our weakest point during the show is how we just let things flow organically. So we'll do that. Maybe YT, I don't think he needs much of an introduction, but maybe he wants to introduce himself as the artist and the hacker and I must say this is the first time I've ever interviewed somebody with their own Wikipedia page. So right on.
Oh, you got a Wikipedia page and everything? Nice.
I guess that's the bar for existence in the universe. That's how, like, it's your social proof that you exist. It used to be the blue check mark on Twitter used to be a flex, but largely not so much anymore. The economy of the blue check mark is not.
The economy of it, I love it. Well, to that point though, just go ahead. What's up, man?
There's some good ones that came out in the last couple of weeks here, just this week. There's some pretty funny stories about the blue checkmark stuff. And what is it? Eli Lilly, I think, got they sank their stock value because somebody's fake Twitter account checkmark.
Oh wow!
Blue checkmark, and said they were going to give out free insulin.
There was some good Lockheed Martin. Pokemon ones were pretty funny. I'm a shit posting meme lord myself, so I appreciate the when people use those forces for I don't know, hilarity and prankdom.
Well, yeah, and so to that point, introduction wise, aside from being an OG. An OG digital gangster, of course. But you're one of the old schoolers, man. I mean, you've been around since. Actually, you just tweeted this today. I think you tweeted MSN, AOL Instant Messenger, and basically everything.
Yeah.
And then apparently somehow you forgot IRC, but I don't think you forgot it. I think it was just
no.
It's obvious.
IRC never died.
Right.
IRC is not dead. That's the tweet was basically things that have over the years that have had their day in the sun and passed away, but IRC still has the same complement and the same people idling and all that for the last 30 years strong. So
their idle time reflects that as well.
Very much so. Yeah, we used to. I remember we used to compare box up times on in IRC. You'd have one box in the closet that is up for 3 years or whatever, and then just be praying that you don't have a power loss. But I think about how irresponsible, from a patch management standpoint, that is in today's universe. If you have an uptime that was 4 or 5 years long, people would start to question your sanity.
Yeah,
unless
absolutely.
You're slipstreaming. But yeah,
well, that's the biggest problem these days is the IRC links staying up. It's not usually your issue. Well, it's mixed, right? But it's usually the IRC servers just getting DDoSed to all hell, and then what are you supposed to do about that? Your uptime doesn't maintain, I don't think, unless they figured out a way to do it. But
no, I think that's still that's always going to be an issue. It's just a artifact of the technology.
Yeah, some of the charms, but other than that, you're
exactly.
I think at this point you got to be very well known. In fact, there's a couple questions I had for you on that, but very well known in the nerd kingdom or the hackcore kingdom almost. I think that was a coin you might have termed. But yeah, nerdcore is becoming mainstream. I actually heard them reference it on Sirius XM a couple times over the past week or two, which was awesome. That's really kick ass. And it for anybody that possibly doesn't know what you're about, you're I think one of the first to actually do it, if I'm not mistaken. Other than people maybe doing it for contests and meme status, but you've been producing some pretty high quality music, in that you're not only producing high quality music, but it's themed around things like the video that opened the show, which is like dystopian futures or even current futures that describe like privacy issues and things of that nature. And I'm sure you got quite an evolution that you can describe. But yeah, you're the first one of the first that come to mind. Dual core, obviously being another one. Young Internet's newer on the scene, but also contributing a great bunch. And
Dr.
yeah.
Raid had some good tracks too, but I don't know how much he put out. There's like a handful of tracks you can still find.
Dr. Raid?
Yeah.
But
Dr. Raid, yeah. Chronologically, like the time matches up. I mean, brief history of like nerdcore is the guy this guy MC Frontalot is actually who he used to do these like song fight competitions and stuff, and he's the one who named like gave nerdcore its name.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and that was in the early 2000s. I think it was 2003 or 2004 or something like that. Yeah, like there was this huge kind of fascination, I would say, the media had with the nerdcore subgenre. And then, but even within nerdcore, like the problem is you had like MC Lars, for instance. He has a degree in 19th century literature from Stanford, and he does like this lit hop. Like a lot of his music is around, Edgar Allan Poe and Milton, Paradise Lost. That's 17th century, but like like a lot of just older literary like references and stuff. And MC Chris, obviously, we had this stuff with Adult Swim and like with his MCP pants, and so there was this loose amalgam of like what nerd culture was, and then us, doing music in this, but largely, yeah, like that there wasn't anyone really doing like hacker centric music until other than myself, when dual core came along. Then obviously like there was there's Pepsis and Cokes, things that people could choose from as far as what they wanted to listen to. It's still not very big, I would say, as a field. Like I know like Oh My has been doing some stuff, obviously Young Internet that you mentioned, Freaky. Like there's some people that have been like kind of towing the water, but yeah, it's one of the problem with it is it's very hard to tap, as the kids be saying, that in order to make music that works, you have to know what you're talking about. So it kind of requires this intersectionality of computer science degree and also fan of rap music type things. So that sometimes that doesn't necessarily coalesce.
So that kind of brings me to maybe my first question here. So how difficult do you find it when you're trying to write a new track, new song? How difficult do you find it to try to not be maybe repetitive? I haven't heard a lot of repetitivity in your music whatsoever, and I honestly, that's one of the things that impresses me, is that you're able to go out. I mean, I guess one bonus is that the landscape of technology is always changing, so that kind of does provide. But I mean, when you take the English vernacular as a whole and you melt it down to just computers, technology, and hacking, we're talking a very small fraction of the English language. And yet, so do you have a lot of difficulty with that? And what's your process?
I would say that's actually something I'm pretty cognizant of. Like, I don't really, unless I'm paying like homage to like some earlier track or whatever, like I don't really like to repeat myself so much. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, because like in, I'd say like your run of the mill Cash Money, No Limit, money type songs, of like the early 2000s. I mean, there was a lot of the down south rap that came out of Houston. Like there's a lot of repetition, I would say, about like, how shiny are my wheels, how shiny is my grill, just like there's certain archetypal, like I guess tropes or something. And so I mean, you could say like that it's more that when you're drawing analogies and stuff to like the real world, or being clever about how you frame something, that there's a lot of words and kind of things in the zeitgeist period, like just in the public zeitgeist, that you can make references to and tie them with computer things. So as long as technology keeps evolving, like you said, and you know, the news keeps printing things, like there's always going to be some sort of corollary that you can draw between
Yeah.
the two. But yeah, it's not insanely challenging. Like I would say that there's a difference between a lot of songs that like are inspiring and I want to do them, besides ones that I just kind of sit down and like force myself as an exercise to do. And but yeah, that generally, like it's part of like why I've tried to stay engaged as much in the hacking community as possible, and you know, keep my skills pretty sharp, is because I don't want to decouple. Like there's a whole like kind of art imitates life in the music like that, and so you know, if I don't understand a concept, or I'm not like actively doing something, then it's hard for me to rap about it or identify with it.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago when you and I and Dan were chatting about setting this up, and we were just talking about you know, just in the workplace, even sometimes when you talk to people, you can tell who are the college degree holders that, you know, chose this as a career path, as opposed to the people that I guess maybe their love or their hobby kind of turned into a profession, which is kind of what happened to me and several other people I know. So, you know, I guess it's pretty important. Do you find it hard, you know, trying to maintain that 9 to 5 and still keep your because I know me personally, like now that I do it for a living, I hate to say this, I feel like I'm almost copping out on myself, but it's a lot more difficult to find free time to hack on things that I want to do, as opposed to the things that I'm mandated to do. And I'm married. I've got a hobby in mountain biking that takes up a lot of time. So, you know, I try to fit all these things in. There was a point when I didn't do it for a living where that's what I did with all my free time, and I could just do whatever the fuck I wanted. Do you have a hard time with that, or you staying on top of it?
Yeah, not at all. I think like, I mean, I work with a lot of like bleeding edge technology, and I have access and resources to a lot of things that I think actually augment that experience. Like you're saying about how you used to do it in your free time. It seems like more that your just time is shifted. Like again, this, since it becomes your profession or whatever, it's what you're doing day in, day out. I mean, naturally, you know, if you were like, you know, waiting tables or whatever it is, and you hacked on your free time, like you're just basically transmutation of time or whatever. So I still find, like, I mean, I'm programming like a game right now in Flutter, like, because it's a framework that I haven't worked much with. And so like just trying to, you know, I still try to find time to, I've always been autodidactic in that sense. So I just, you know, figure things out that I want to do. But I mean, part of the cool thing about like what I do for a living is like I do get to choose what I want to work on. So it's not like I'm not mandated to do anything really, which is awesome. So that's it's like what helps.
Okay, well,
That
fuck you.
rules. Yeah, right.
Yeah, like there's just a huge, I think there was this trend in Silicon Valley I saw for a long time, like where, you know, as part of the interviews questions, people would say like, you know, what do you do in your free time? And if you didn't answer programming, then, you know, you were kind of a pariah. I don't really feel bad for people that treat this like a job, you know, because it's high paying, like, and if you're good at it, then you know, by all means, we want you in the engineering field. But there is a huge difference between people that are kind of passionate about this, like kind of like they weren't sworn in it, they were born in it type thing, like, you know, that they just have this predisposition to want to break things, want to hack, want to, you know, explore, learn, and that type of personality is the kind of the people that I think are more listeners of my music and stuff. That you can't really, I mean, you can, if you're a casual kind of weekend warrior programmer or something like that, then, you know, you might not really see the value in a lot of it. But yeah, I identify with people who are passionate.
Yeah, right on. Right on. Dan, you want to hop in here? Or do we?
No, well, yeah, I mean, you're definitely right on key with the questions that you're asking, and just kind of giving a good, amazing rundown actually of things to begin with, and just one of the last things that you were saying, what is the ability to have a job or a career path that gives you the ability. I said ability twice, isn't that awesome? But gives you the ability to work on what you want instead of having like a set of tasks that's going to require that you do a certain thing to check off boxes. A lot of times people get that when they're doing like what do you call it? When you're checking off boxes, for God's sake.
GRC, governance, risk, compliance.
It's
Compliance, yeah.
compliance. Thank you. Yeah. But you know, I've worked the compliance gig before, and even though I had an amazing employer when I was doing it, there was definitely a good portion of the year where I didn't get that flexibility, and it kind of sucks. That can burn you out. I think burnout's a huge thing in our
the security apparatus now. Like that's part of it. Is like there's an evolution of the business of security. Like, you know, again, when I started, there wasn't college courses. There wasn't like any formal kind of learning path that you could take to, I guess, codify your knowledge you know, certificates like CISSP was kind of just coming out and stuff. And I'd spoken at some of the meetings because there's a lot of military presence in Colorado. So, you know, there's a huge governmental push, I think, for some of this codification. But now, you know, security like requires program managers. It requires analysts. It requires, you know, accountants doing GRC stuff. There's legal, you know, ramifications and privacy ramifications. So the industry of security is now one where you don't even need to really be an engineer to be in the hacking field per se, which is interesting.
It's wild. I mean, it was a bit of a shock for me coming into the industry. I had a lot of people don't become a pen tester without previous background. That's what I did, and we talked about this the other week as well. But you know, there was a lot of knowledge gaps. You know, one of the hardest things for me when I started was writing recommendations because really my background was just breaking stuff. And I hadn't, you know, it wasn't that I didn't understand what was going on. It was more or less that like putting it in a business vocabulary. You know, I mean, a high level, but not too high level explanation. There's like that fine line of like, you know, the engineers and the developers are probably going to understand. The executives are probably not going to understand. You know, some stuff, and just so I really struggled with that for probably the first 6 months of my career. It just wasn't, you know, I wasn't looking for security headers. I was literally just trying to hack everything, just trying to own everything, and that just kind of comes secondary. Like there's like dance, you know, there's a checklist of things that you got to check before you start trying to pop shells, and you know, ultimately they kind of lead you to understanding why certain things don't work sometimes as well, rather than just throwing blind exploits at everything. I also want to say something earlier. I said that, you know, I'm kind of telling myself, I should say this. I'm actually super lucky that I get to do something that is a passion for a job. For me, it's just about mental health, staying sharp. When I overdo it, you know, I find my quality of work suffers when I spend too much time outside of work hours focusing on stuff that is work related. It feels like we're, you know what, after 8 hours in front of your screen, sometimes I get on to something and I see something that catches, you know, piques my interest. And I'm like, I think I found something here, but I can't figure it out quite yet. And I'll sit up and I'll hack for 12 or 13 hours. But, you know, just trying to manipulate things, just, you know, bit by bit until something works. But Yeah, I should say that to the listeners out there. I'm very thankful that I get to do something I fucking love. So,
but you can get burned out eating your favorite food. You can get burned out having sex. You can get burned out like anything that you could supposedly enjoy in abundance. Like you can get burned out on it. So I don't think that's something to feel. I picked up on like the nuance of what you were saying earlier. Yeah, it's just more like it's more of a like too much of a good thing, type stuff. And yeah, I agree with you too. Like there is a sharpness that kind of degrades if you're really kind of getting that tunnel vision and locked in the routine. But it's one thing. I mean, you said is I really think that there's a lot of people out there that don't get to work on. I mean, it's where the whole like anti-work movement and a lot of this like I hate my job stuff comes into play. Is that there's a lot of people out there that aren't really following their passion, aren't really getting to do what they want to do, and in some cases, like people's passions, might be crocheting or something like that, but there isn't a lot of crochet jobs that pay $500,000 a year. So like that there's a luckiness that we do have, and like in the music industry, for instance, similarly, like that there's really only this very upper echelon of people that are really making a lot of money doing it. And the vast majority of, professional musicians that are out there really aren't making, like, they're not all in chains and Bugattis and, that type of stuff. So it is something.
Or if they are, they're rented, right?
Yeah,
which is it's so common. It's unbelievable. I didn't realize how prevalent that was until I started looking at it. I'm like, wow, all these rappers, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey,
real quick,
man, these guys get fucked. But
well, yeah, the record deals are just insane in the big business. Real quick, so I'm putting together just a little info bar, and I see that we share two servers that I thought were yours, but now I'm wondering if either of them are. I got the digital
server?
Yeah, on Discord. So I got Digital Gangster, but I got Spam Academy, and I thought both of those were yours. So are either? Or
they are mine. Yeah,
they both are.
Yeah, both mine. Spam Academy. Yeah, Spam Academy is a Discord that like Patreon people are in.
Oh, okay.
I'm like,
well, yeah. Patreon's a good
terrible
one to put up.
Yeah. Let me be frank. My Patreon, it's funny because people give me money and I don't really do anything for it. Like I don't even make videos and
ideal
at the end or anything like that.
That's perfect.
Anybody that's donating money on my Patreon is like literally a patron of the arts. So infinite thanks.
That's honestly, that's why I donate. Because I mean, I feel like, especially the amount of time that you've put into this over the years, why not? It's not like you're asking for huge amounts of money either. So, and it's just YTCracker, right? Not real YTCracker, or somebody impersonating
Patreon.
Yeah,
I think so. And Digital Gangster, that Discord is a complete cesspool. Like I don't even go there anymore.
Yeah, I noticed you weren't on there, so I was like, wait a minute, is this it? Or... I think it might just be because you're not signed in. Yeah, okay, so that is
I'm more. Yeah. That I used to have this thing where I wouldn't do anything for anyone unless they referred to me as Malord, and so it was a carryover joke from the forum when Digital Gangster was just a web forum and stuff. And so now it's kind of like how Mr. T he changed his name to Mr. so everyone would have to show him respect. I'm just Malord. Yeah.
Do you happen to know if Discord.gg it would be? So wait, it's not City of Gangsters then, right? It's the other one.
I don't even know. I don't think I have a short link for the digital. If you go to digitalgangster.com.
Oh, okay. All right, let's do that.
It's largely a memorial site. Now, like I've had a lot of friends that have passed away through various tragedies and suicides and stuff. So Digital Gangster now just exists as a dedication to the fallen DGs that have decompiled and found themselves back in the source code.
Oh, jeez. But it does have the Discord link at the top. It looks like too. So right on. All right, let me link that.
Like I said, I wouldn't advise people go there. Like I said, if you're trying to get a hold of me, that's probably the worst place to go.
So other than your
large server,
other than your maybe Patreon and Bandcamp, what Give me one more link to throw in here.
My Instagram is
Okay.
Y7Cracker.
Let's do that.
Yeah, SoundCloud is obviously SoundCloud YTCracker.
Did somebody already have YTCracker for an Instagram handle? Is that what happened?
Some
Yeah,
asshole,
and
dude.
it's funny 'cause yeah, he's this redheaded dude. I mean, I don't like I've never asked for it or tried to steal it or anything like that. But I'm fairly certain that the grand majority of his follower count like thought that they were following me and then never just done it because yeah.
Sounds about right.
Looks like he owned you, didn't he?
Well,
I mean that's part of where like I have like these real whitey crackers. There's this one guy, his name is Jones.
Oh yeah, Jones. What's up?
Yeah, his whole shtick for like probably the last 15 years has been impersonating me, and so there's people like that have come at me like angry at me, and they're like, "You did this one time," and I'm like, "That I totally don't even remember this. This wasn't me."
Right.
I was like, "It was probably Jones." And so, yeah, Jones actually owns YTCracker on a ton of various services and has done very well at load balancing the hatred for my name.
It's incredible how much shit he stirs up, and he does spread it across like so many different people that he fucks with. Because I think he's the same dude that fucks with my stuff sometimes, and I'm like, dude, how many fucking accounts do you have, first of all, that you're keeping a track of, but also how do you have this amount of
Time,
patience and time and all that?
I wish I had that kind of free time.
Yeah, it's weaponized autism, like, and it's something I
Yeah.
support. But that yeah, I mean, again, like I've basically given Jones like Creative Commons permission to, it's like Dread Pirate Roberts type thing. Like he can just, I don't know, but it's just I ask him if he just wouldn't do, like spew racist things or do stupid things in my name. As long as he doesn't do that, I'm cool with it. But,
Honestly,
he doesn't obey.
Oh, he doesn't? I was going to say, surprisingly, he doesn't usually take it to that level, although maybe that's more of a recent thing, but I noticed that he wasn't really too bad with that. But
yeah, he's like I said, he's been largely respectful as up to the point that I can, like, in recent memory type things.
Up until now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now it's obviously
ceasefire-
just going to go way down.
Yeah, it's gonna.
If he's watching the stream, you're fucked.
Yeah,
He's like, I'm not going hard enough.
all right.
No, I said we love that dude.
Yeah. All right, let me get this out.
So, you good there, Dan?
I am.
Can we hop on another question?
We absolutely can. I just wanted to. So the auto tweet thingamajigger, the auto tweet machine from Restream did not do what it was supposed to, so I got to do it manually. But I'm doing that right now. And away we go.
I just tweeted the link from a few days ago.
Oh, cool. Right on. I just did one out.
Make-
We're going to blast it all across the universe, but that gives us like full coverage, and then we don't have to keep going back and forth, I think. Unless I accidentally link to Jones, in which case, sorry.
There are, like I said, there are worse fates.
Yeah, that's true. But not many worse. I don't know. He can get it up into your skin, especially if he wants to. But I swear, I'll move off this right after I say this, but I think the person that you said, the redhead dude, I swear I know who that is, and I swear I've had similar run-ins with him. The internet's a funny place. Another thing I wanted to mention real quick for anybody that caught the beginning of the show. Like we made this whole big thing about starting the show and even kind of theming the show around this, and it's a thing called introducing Niels, and I'll let you kind of describe it more, but we started out with a track called "Imprisoned by the Syndicate," and if you didn't put one and one together or two and two together or whatever, good math you're good at, book learning. But I mean, it's really relevant lyrics that allude, what I would guess, to the whole Comcast, obviously not the Comcast we know of, but the Comcast from Clown Reality. But the Comcast syndicate, really, that went through, the one that infamously had literally paid people, I think in New Jersey, off the street $5 to sit in on the fucking city hall meetings and stuff to say yes, go through with it, all sorts of just insane stuff. But they still did it, and like these people admitted that no, I was paid by like whatever, and I guess you have to take their word at face value. But the news certainly did report on it. So those aren't my accusations. Those are literally things that were documented by the news. If you Google it, we'll put together show notes as well. But you allude to that. You allude to a lot of things that I think have either were going on at the time or have come true, or just things that you can expect would happen in an age where corporations really do kind of rule our government and rule everything through lobbying and other forms of legalized bribery. But the video, first of all, totally kicks ass. The artwork, I think you were showing us a little bit of early on before we went live. But just the amount of effort that I think went into that, I think it's easy for people to kind of maybe brush off a lot of what you do as, well, he just gets on a mic and like Ableton or whatever and just does a few things. No, you put a decent amount of like, I would say more work than most artists these days who pay others to put together their content, and then they just kind of rap over it. Kanye. I'm just kidding. Kanye gives us props.
Yeah,
but anyways,
as I've said, this whole album is just amazing from start to finish. It basically tells an entire story. And we talked about that. Dan, you were just talking about it. Everything from like net neutrality to like banning encrypted chat, all things that might sound like fairy tales, I guess, to people who didn't have their attention focused towards some of these topics. But all things that were real attempts by different lobby groups and telecommunications government agencies, like just a banger album front to back. And can you just kind of walk us through your inspiration and tell us what you like? What was the tipping point that made you write such an opera, and magnus opus, if you will?
Just to add really quick onto what you said, those things are not things that got defeated either. Those are things that actually were, unfortunately, most went through, and we still have to this day.
And other ones are still tied up.
Yeah. You guys make me blush. I don't know. It's just so effusive with your praise. But
it's well deserved, my friend.
Thank you. It's a pleasure making it. Like I said, I was in this crazy manic state for most of 2014. It was a very action-packed year. But I say around, I think it was like February of that year is kind of just when it all came to me. And I just like furiously taking down like notes, like what was in my head and how I wanted to structure things and stuff like that. I don't think that there was any real one inflection point that made me want to create the album. It's just I found, in like a single driven music world where a lot of people are just like coming out with singular songs, like I wanted to have like a cohesive product. And I really love the cyberpunk 80s aesthetic, the Acura Ghost in the Shell type ambiance and stuff. So it was more just about, how could I kind of make like a hip opera that elucidated a lot of the problems that we were seeing kind of in the information security community. Some of it, again, was just prognostication, as far as where I saw the kind of the just driving forces, in the government and, in our profession and, the perception of the people and I just encapsulating all of that in some kind of musical format seemed like it was a cool idea for me. So it wasn't really any aha moment that like, oh, I need to do this. It just seemed like something that was a cool idea.
So, would you say that it was again? This might not even have an answer, but did you have any intent on using the album to inform people? Was it kind of maybe came a little more out of rage? Because when I listened to it, and I mean this in a good way, it made me feel a sense of, first of all, like, fuck yes, you know, I'm so happy that the world knows, a lot of the world knows, obviously not a large, like a overly large portion, but you know, there are people out there that are really trying to defend our internet freedoms. But it also fucking made me mad because, you know, you're listening to the album and then you turn the news on and like literally the topics of the album were being discussed on major news networks, you know, and especially, you know, they didn't really seem to be overly concerned. I mean, they would touch on the concerns, the privacy concerns, security concerns. And I mean, I guess from and you brought up like the aspect of like cybersecurity, but for me, it was more about as a citizen.
Oh,
Especially
yeah.
at that point in time, I didn't work in cybersecurity. So for me, it was more as a citizen, as my rights and, you know, the way I value freedom of speech, freedom of privacy, all those types of things. So was it more of a informative, or was it a bit of rage? Was it a bit of both?
Well, I had thought, like, if you go to the like Indiegogo campaign, like when I was trying to do the album, there was a ton of, there's a perfect storm of things that happened. But it was really like Introducing Niels was the first album that I really like had this, again, this cohesive vision and this idea about, and I really put a lot of effort into it. About, like, you know, again, the story, the how it was presented, you know, all this stuff. I wound up sinking, like, me and a couple other guys sunk about 60 grand into it, and most of it was in Bitcoin in 2013 or 2014 Bitcoin. So like, you know, now the album costs probably upwards of $3-4 million or something. But the like I thought that it was palatable enough that the general public would actually latch onto it a lot more than they did. But I was very wrong. I didn't really get the press coverage that I thought that, you know, I was going to get on it. And I don't know. I said I wasn't being I don't know, like
seeking fame
no,
necessarily.
that's the thing is I actually tried very hard, and that's where I'm saying that there's a lot of things that I get this accidental press on, which is like very funny. It's like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, when you're looking for a significant other in your life, if the harder you search, the less likely you are to find it, type thing. And, you know, it's like, you know, when you don't want something, it comes along. And so it was just really weird because I actually had a concerted effort to try to, you know, blow it up and get eyeballs and ears on it, and it just didn't really pan out
So, I mean, this could just be my lack of knowledge on the topic, but did you have any like distribution deals or anything like that for the album?
No, it was completely independent. But, you know, I did enough. I thought I had enough like media contacts over the years with like, you know, technology reporters and, you know, even in the music industry and stuff. I've always been very DIY. I got approached for major deals like at the turn of the 2010, around there, and I turned them down because you know, we were talking about earlier, there's these concepts of 360 deals in music, like where they'll, you know, they own your perfume, they own your socks, they own your shoe, they own any type of merchandising, branding. It's a very like predatory kind of business. And, you know, I own all my masters, like I have creative control over all my music and stuff, and that's always been super important to me. So I tried to do it, you know. And again, like there's plenty of like independent success stories out there, especially with the way the internet is now. But I think the great majority of the album, like it was listened to by people like yourselves that kind of already had some informational knowledge about what was going on, or and it, you know, it resonated with like the security community and privacy community in one way, but it never really kind of got that proliferation into the Normieville type thing that I thought that it might. I thought that it had components.
That's a shame, and you know, shame on those people who didn't go out. You know, like you said, you had the connections. I honestly, they, in my opinion, they bear some of the responsibility for some of the laws that are passed. If we had more people speaking up, then, you know, I just think people weren't engaged enough, and now we're seeing it. Like, we're seeing it play out, you know, with you know, the whole almost cancel culture and the content moderation. And I mean, to some extent, moderation is good, but I think that we've got to the point where we're creating a danger zone where creating hate speech rules are going to end up being turned over. And, you know, the real hate speech is not going to be deemed hate speech, but your opposition to the other political party, whichever side it may be, is going to start becoming deemed as hate speech. In fact, we've already kind of seen it since in the last year or so, with some Republicans actually flat out saying, like, "Oh yeah, you want to attack us with these you know, censorship? Well, we're just going to use that back against you." I can't think of their names offhand, so I do know I've heard that said. I don't know if somebody can find a link for that and post it in the chat. But yeah, I just worry that a lot of that stuff is just going to open up a can of worms that people, the intended use, of course. And Dan, you and I talked about this. I don't promote hate speech. I think anybody that goes around saying homophobic and racist, but you know what?
I'm joking.
Freedom of speech doesn't mean free of all consequence. Like, if you say the wrong thing in front of me, I'm gonna punch you in the mouth. Like, you know what I mean? And if it's real hate speech, but I don't think the government should have any say in legislation. And yeah, I don't know. I just think that a lot of that kind of.
I'm very like anti like really any type of censorship. Like the problem is though is that there's a like the whole like what you're talking about, like the echo chambers that develop, like because people like only wind up kind of following people that they're ideologically aligned to, you know, politically and socially, and then that's like a different type of censorship. Like that, there's a whole kind of argument about like, you know, teach both sides of an argument, but like sometimes that other side is a complete falsehood. You know, it's not that there isn't any teeth to it, and so when people start, and then I think it fuels the whole belief in conspiracies because it looks like active suppression against, you know, some sort of line of thought, but really there's a, you know, it's the whole saying about like, you know, if you think of like the most average person, you know, and then realize that half of the people in the world are dumber than that, like it's that some like there's this huge kind of nanny state type stuff that I see from both angles where, you know, you have to protect people from themselves, and that's why, you know, you have illegalization of drugs and, you know, all these things because you can't trust people to behave accordingly. And I mean, that's even prevalent
accordingly though, right?
Alcohol.
It's accordingly to who, right? And I know that's what you're getting
according
at.
To who, right?
That's the problem.
Yeah,
and
who makes those rules? And like if you have like a benevolent dictator who is, you know, obviously a technocrat or something that knows which knobs to turn. I mean, no matter what, you can't please all the people all the time type thing. So in my opinion, like I said, I'm a very kind of right, like libertarian leaning type person, but like I have these like a social libertarian, like I do believe in like healthcare for all, like universal basic income. I don't think is a terrible idea. Like there's these things that I think are traditionally, it's an amalgam of a lot of different philosophies. And the problem is there's really no way to you know, piece all these things together and make them work. The whole joke about enlightened centrism and stuff, but the Democrats, I think, are trying to control speech, you know, from a like a social politics kind of in-group thing.
They remind me of 1980s Republicans.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The Democrats now remind me of the Republicans in the '80s when they wanted to censor rap music and movies and take bad words out. Can't, and it was it's funny.
Tipper
you
Gore was
mentioned-
Yep.
Yeah, that she was. I mean, obviously Al Gore's wife, and she's the one who led the whole parental advisory thing. But yeah, there was this whole kind of that Republicans are doing it on the guise of protect the children. That we need to do this, so we need to censor this type of speech. And the Democrats are doing it like still just as disingenuously, about like protecting from another angle, like the everything that you say that's opinionated is hate speech. I'm being superlative about obviously how I'm blanketing these things, but largely that's just how the discourse has kind of devolved into this, where Democrats want to control what you say try to make it nice, in their eyes, and Republicans are doing the same type of thing, but it's more said under the guise of like protecting the children and stuff.
Free speech, as long as I agree with it. It seems to be both sides kind of.
That's what I was gonna say.
Mean,
I don't think any of us on the stream right now are promoting or siding with one of the two sides that are generally known to be, especially in U.S. politics, the two choices. There's a third choice, but it's really not. And I don't think any of us are supporting
politics.
I don't think any of us are supporting either side, because in my personal opinion, both sides suck. And I think a lot of people would agree. Is there a lesser of two evils? Maybe. But
sometimes
I don't know, especially lately I've noticed, personally speaking, and I don't want to stay on this too long, but I've noticed a lot of people that started out maybe in 2014, 2015 saying, watch out, there's a lot of disinfo and a lot of stuff that you're gonna just get sucked into, the Republicans are sucking their base into, and then everybody's just buying it blindly. And then I'm seeing those same people blindly following things that are being said from their team. And it's sad to see. It really is.
It's like sports. It's like a sports team, and you cheer for your favorite sports team, no matter how good or bad they are. It kind of seems like politics has devolved into this. This is my side, but one of the problems there is that sometimes you might vote for a candidate. And I don't vote, so I because of the same things you said. I find both sides reprehensible, and disgusting in some ways. I agree with both sides on some things. It's really a toss, and I really kind of feel I'm just kind of a real middle ground, common sense type of person.
I mean, it just kind of sounds like you're saying both sides have wonderful people. That's exactly.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly. They're both fantastic.
Right.
I want everyone to shut the fuck up and do what I tell them.
Yes. Yeah.
YTCracker was talking about the benevolent dictator, and personally, I think I would make a very benevolent dictator. And if I ever do get into politics, just keep that in mind. I swear to God.
Where's the fun and benevolence?
I think everybody thinks that they would be. That's part of the problem. Is like it's how you're judged by your peers and external things. But I could say the same thing about myself. Like I believe that I'm a critical thinker and understand nuances. But it's just when things get too extreme, you have to. That's where people feel compelled to back one party or another, because there's certain issues in that team or that camp that are really germane to their identity or whatever, or how they interpret the world. And so it's more important for them to side, that way. But
yeah, that's so true. Yeah. And I mean, I get accused of being everything under the sun from both sides, which is really a bizarre place to be, especially with a parody account. But or a satire account, I guess, is more apt description. But I mean, to be called a right-wing Republican that is like anti-gay and anti-trans and all this other stuff, and I'm like, you realize I just got married to a guy last week, right?
But people, this is the problem with the world, is people aren't willing to, they're very willing to just say shit, and they're not willing to look past, maybe pointing out the hypocrisy of things sometimes, which I notice you do a lot. It's one of the things you definitely like to do. You like to poke
It's not
the bear.
popular. It's not popular at all.
To be honest, I mean, you're kind of asking for it, right?
Oh,
Oh, I love it.
there's a lot of that. Part of the problem though is that you have like that you can't take like it's not like a homogenous group. Like you can't say like all black people do this, all gay people do this, all trans people do this. Like, and that's the identity politics problem is that like you have that there's that Milo Yiannopoulos, like that
God.
guy.
Yeah, yeah.
He's a bit of a polarizing figure, obviously, but I mean that's the thing. It's just like if you are black and you're a Republican, then you're an Uncle Tom, and it's like why can't you think that people can have ideas that are that don't have to follow in this like kind of social lane or on the rails or whatever, and that's what I think people are missing is as much as humans are individuals that you can't say that like, oh yeah, all white people think this way, all black people think this way, all Asian people think this way. There's just a huge problem I think that we have just as a society where again we're just like draw these imaginary lines and people self-identify, they label a certain way, and again that's where you get these stereotypes and these tropes from is like you get the loud blue-haired feminist, and it's like why is that a thing? Like why is it that all these loud feminists have colored hair? Well, all of them don't, but like there's enough of them out there that you say like, oh yeah, like I as a human being you recognize a pattern or something. So it's just I don't know, but
yeah.
People get identified by the loudest of the bunch in their group as well, and I mean you see that especially with conservatives. I don't share a whole lot of values sometimes on social stuff with them, but at the same time, you look at like the Marjorie Taylor Greens or the lower like, and those people are kind of amplified. And I don't know if this is the left doing this or if it's just maybe they're so out there sometimes, but like. People kind of view that as like, oh, well, that's what a conservative is. But I live in a place that's pretty evenly divided. There's a lot of left-wing people, but it's actually a lot more conservative where I live. In general, winning elections, but they're usually pretty close. Anyway, what I'm getting at is I have plenty of friends that identify as conservatives, and they don't at all reflect those two particular individuals. But anyhow, I don't know how long we want to stay on the politics tip. But,
I mean, it's going to make us really popular with the people that are ingrained in one side or the other, especially right now with Elon Musk and all of his stuff. But I will say it'll make us extremely popular, just probably not for the right reasons. So yeah, we probably should. I mean, there are a lot of good chat things coming across. Although I don't know if they're coming across our chat. I don't know if people can even fucking see it, to be honest. I think the text might be too small, so I might have to bump that up in a little bit. But there was somebody that I was able to see on my really high tech monitoring device here.
Getting back to the Introducing Neil's album, I mean, it actually is a pretty good demonstration of how interconnected politics and the hacking community really are, because commonly hackers have been at odds with the government, even when working with them, whether you're talking about like Loft or but they're still like,
they should be
at the core. At the core, hackers have challenged the status quo, mostly for the good, I guess.
But they're not anymore. I think is one of the things that I've seen a lot of people saying is whatever happened to the Hacker Manifesto. And it was us talking about it at one point too. But the Hacker Manifesto is truly a thing. If you're not familiar with it. I strongly encourage anybody that's even remotely on the periphery of hacking or even InfoSec, which is not hacking, by the way. But that's something I'll get a lot of hate mail on. But no, truly, the Hacker Manifesto goes through all this, and it's so obvious. But to say that you don't have a gender or whatever. You don't have a race in the internet or hacking. You are a series of ASCII characters, or UTF-8 if you're really getting fancy. But you're not. That was the whole idea of the internet, is to strip that in. It's based on skill. And what the fuck did you own? Did you own the Gibson or not? Because, brah, get out.
That is the biggest problem that I find in like the hacking community. And I just know that like there's a lot, because again, it goes back to that whole like trying to tiptoe around stuff. Like I have always, since the inception of being on, it's like the meritocracy. It's like, can you hack? Are you good at hacking? Like I don't care what race you are, what gender you are, blah blah. And you can get into the whole like, where is the maybe disenfranchised populations don't have the opportunity to have a computer or something, but we live in a world now where it's so ubiquitous that technology, anyone who's willing to learn can learn these types of things. Like I don't think there's any barriers to entry the way that there may have been in the past. But that's one thing I always loved about hackers, is that we didn't care like about like your sexual orientation, like what you wore, like what your political leanings were, like any of that type of stuff. Like it's like, could you hack? And then again, you get these really cool inspired discussions, with people that, again, aren't anything like you, but you have this common knowledge of computers or curiosity. Lloyd Blankenship, the mentor who wrote the Mentor's Last Words, actually one of the producers on Introducing Niels, actually got him to record a voiceover for one of his songs and stuff, and that I lived by. I loved that text. Like as a kid, I remember like I did a presentation on it in school, and is that hacking community like always had this, as far back as I can remember. I mean, there were like some tits or get the fuck out, like obviously, but it's the same reason you say that's gay, that's gay. Like there's some things in language even about, but
even tits or get the fuck out. Whoever is making that a sexist thing or whatever, have they met the hacking community? Because lots of guys at DEF CON are rocking. Just saying.
Tits out.
It has nothing to do with anything. In fact, no self was commenting on my tits before the show.
Breasts. I don't want to say tits. I don't want to objectify you, Dan.
Well, you
like
did,
that. Not
and I felt great.
I'll objectify private.
I felt great about it. It's a fact of life, and that's bringing a little levity to a serious subject. I know, but the point of it is like tits or get the fuck out. I've always viewed as a hilarious it's not actually binary to female or male. It's binary to nobody.
Well, then there's a huge thing about the POC or get the fuck out. Like that there was I remember there was a stirring in the InfoSec community about how that was offensive.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Yeah, and again, like you said, vocal minority, like it's probably not like this view that's shared by the majority of people or anything like that, but that. Yeah, it's just that it's the one thing I always really loved about it is, and like if you look at like the old hacker groups like MOD and LOD, like, Fiber Optic was Puerto Rican, John Threat was black. Like it was literally like the cast of hackers, like in these, these New York like 9X hackers back in the 80s and stuff.
Hell yeah, 9X.
It was seriously like the United Nations, and it's that's why I think inclusivity, people that rail about inclusivity in the hacker community, like I think are generally like the people that can't hack, or like they're in this, they want a sense of belonging but like can't put in the work really to get there. So that's where you come in the periphery and do the inclusive language, like with I don't know. I'm very opinionated about this type of thing.
I think it's great, and honestly, I can't. Sorry to cut you off real quick, but I gotta say it because I tried to earlier and I forgot. As an artist, I gotta imagine you had to at some point take a look at things and say, am I going to be vocal about this, or am I going to play it safe like so many artists do and not speak up about any of these topics? And I think especially when it comes to the really important ones, when I see bigger artists being just is playing the safe road of, well, let me not get anywhere near that. I wouldn't want to offend my blah, blah, blah crowd. Well, you know what? You're not saying anything offensive. I haven't heard you say a single thing that's offensive other than the reality. And unfortunately, reality has become offensive.
Yeah, I will say that there's some pieces of my music and stuff that, like, some people, I would say, or you could classify it as misogynist or something like that. Like, there's ways that I refer to women that's, more just like the trope of hip hop type stuff, but that, like, largely, like, I'm not at all like that. There's just, I'm always just been like merit based, that, and it's fucking funny because do you guys know Chompy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen the name. I don't know if we've had a good conversation
she
or
does
not.
a lot of like kernel exploit stuff.
Yeah, Chompy is fucking brilliant.
Had no idea it was a female, or identified, like, or whatever.
And I mean, and she is like exceptionally attractive, but, like, beyond that, like, there's also this thing that she does. Like, the other day, I retweeted it, but she said something like, "When I learned how to get Ghidra operating with Windy Bug, it's over for you, hoes." And it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's like that some people would probably say, like, "Oh, that's offensive language," and all that stuff. But, like, that's what I'm saying. She's like one of us. Like, she's just cool. You know what I mean? She's in the game. She knows what's up, and, like, the proof is in the pudding. Like, that, she's an insanely good hacker, and that there's this whole, I don't know, like, that I don't know if it's like lost on this generation or something, but it was something that we never really looked at as like, there's this language that we use and things that we say, and we don't mean it as hate speech. We're just fucking around, and it's not like, oh, you can't take a joke type stuff, but there's just a huge thing I think that's missing. Like, I think just the society in general sort of infected InfoSec in that way, where we used to be like this last bastion of free speech and collectivism in a hacking thing. This is the thing that bonded us, and because of that, I said the industry's grown to a point where you don't really even need to be a hacker to be adjacent to the industry. That's sort of where some of that's deteriorated. But again, like I said, soapbox, I don't know. I feel that there's some of these issues that I haven't really addressed in my music, that, I mean, I probably should or something because of how I feel about them. But then again, I don't know. I'm not in the really business of making enemies either. Like, I really do.
I think it's a line that's probably, if you do end up going for it, is going to be one of your most difficult lines to tread. But I think you're absolutely, you're totally capable of doing it. So I'm looking forward to that. If you do.
And touching on the Chompy, like, first of all, I must say that her skills far surpass mine.
Fucking insane.
By a mile, like, not a mile, several miles, like in a different universe. Yeah. And if it wasn't for Twitter, I think I follow her on Twitter because she puts out some really interesting stuff, some stuff that's way over my head, some stuff that just blows my mind, and other stuff that's just super cool. But if it wasn't for Twitter, would anyone even know that she was a chick? You know what I mean? This is, and then, like,
I was actually,
like, and now she had said, oh, or hose mad or something like that, or whatever for these hoes.
Over
like,
for you hoes, man.
Imagine the outrage though, like, without attaching a face, but.
I didn't actually remember until you guys said it, but I actually forgot altogether that it was a female or somebody that identified as female. I don't know how that works anymore. I don't know what I'm allowed to say or not say, but I didn't know that she was a she, because I judge most Twitter accounts unless they make a real big amount of racket around that stuff by the content about the 0 days or whatever they're dropping, because that's what's interesting. Damn. Like,
and again, I don't mean to single her out. Like, that's why I said that men in the industry too. Like, there's plenty of men that fucking suck too. Like, I'm not saying that it's just this problem that's like identify with one group, social group or gender or any of that stuff. But the meat and potatoes of it is that, like you said, that it shouldn't be surprising like that. Oh, like a girl did this or something. Like I want to avoid like going down that line, because I understand that part of inclusivity where I do know sometimes it's like a meat market, and I've seen female engineers in uncomfortable situations,
Yeah.
and I know
Agreed.
exactly what it is. But yeah, that there is just a big I want the best people for the job, and I want people to who are really good at what they do, doing the things that they're good at. And like I said, my current team is pretty much split down the middle, racially, gender wise, everything. And but it wasn't any type of like social promotion or anything that got them there. Like they're fucking really good at what they do. So,
Yep.
and that's all that I think that people really care about.
I think that's probably honestly why it is
It
so
should be
evenly
all
split.
people care about.
I would guess that's probably why it's evenly split, though, because if you and again, you made the point earlier, yeah, early on, like 90s, early 2000s, it was a different story. It was more of a class issue, though. Like if you were richer, you had computers and stuff, and I didn't, so that's why I grew up freaking like on payphones and freaking from my home phone.
Everyone had phones.
Yeah, I just didn't have enough for a computer. I definitely didn't have enough for a cable modem. We grew up on welfare and stuff, and it wasn't limited. Although some could argue certain minorities are in different classes, whatever. The point is now, especially now, I think the playing field's been largely leveled. Is it level? No, and it never will be. There will always be some misogynist asshole. There's always going to be some racist, but.
Oh, yeah,
I think it surprised me, especially when I started going to DEF CON, meeting, and I, as you mentioned, I don't want to start calling people out specifically as this somebody I was really shocked that they were blah blah blah. I don't want to start doing that because again, it puts a spotlight on them for the wrong reasons. But I was just generally speaking shocked by a few that had never brought attention to that aspect of the world, and so you do kind of almost assume things, I guess, but I've just never assigned a value system based on that ever in hacking unless it's put out there. It's crazy. But some people it's so important, like that's their identity, is like being this minority for whatever reason. I've never worn it on my sleeve, although I guess lately I do, just for
there's
fun.
nothing wrong with taking some.
No, I'm just kidding.
There's nothing wrong with taking some pride about rising above some challenges, but those challenges can be very different. Like you said, you grew up poor, so did I. I didn't have a computer growing up, and when we did get a computer, like we didn't have internet. Like
486, baby.
Barely ever. It wasn't until the 2000s that I really got my hands on the internet and computers, and I took a pretty keen interest, but it wasn't really until like 2010s that I actually kind of started considering the hacking culture and stuff. I mean, I definitely trolled the internet in some chat rooms, but like didn't consider myself a hacker as a skateboarder. But there's different limitations. Like I was talking earlier about because you hear this trope all the time in the InfoSec community about, oh, you can't become a pen tester unless you've done this, and this step. I'm fucking proud of myself because fuck those people. I fucking did it. You know what I mean? But there's different challenges, and I think it's okay for people, whether they had a challenge to overcome, whether it's because they were female. Because let's be realistic, up until the last 15 years, it was really difficult for women to get into certain things. I think it's gotten better. I don't think we're there yet. I think there's definitely a lot of discrimination. There always will be.
It's crazy though, because like I said, most of the programmers like on ENIAC, like back in the day, like programming was largely women. Like,
I was just gonna say, I had a completely opposite experience growing up too. Like literally, when my first corporate gig all the way up to now, there's been almost, I won't say half, but close to it, women, and they're the ones that showed me the ropes at every corporation I can think of, and that's a great thing. I mean
I wonder if it's.
It could be geo. It could be anything.
Geolocation I wonder if geolocation played into that. You know, obviously I lived in a different area.
Yeah, true.
So, you know,
yeah, this experiences vary. Like part of what the Chompy story, though, I'm probably gonna screw it up, but like what's odd about her is that she was actually in the finance industry up until about 5 or 6 years ago. Like, so she just started coding exploits and like doing all this, you know, kernel internal stuff. It like in a relative. I was spoiled because my dad was an engineer, so like I did have computers and stuff like when it wasn't that common. But that's another just kind of spotlight on the success story. There is that, I mean, Chompy was, I said she was in the financial like side of things, like economics, I believe, like working for hedge fund type stuff. I again, I may be misquoting this, but in that arena. But yeah, she's kind of a late comer to the game and has fucking blown past like 98% of the guys that I know, you know, that claim to be fucking about it. But it's most of us, you know, just bow to the queen. Like, you know, we know that she's got it going on.
Oh yeah. Hey, one thing, we got the again for those of you tuning in. There's been a lot of people I think tuning in, like as the show goes on. That's usually how it works out. But we are talking to the one and the only YTCracker, and No Self is also. I think for the most of the season you're going to be hanging out with us. So myself, NOTDAN, and No Self, we're going to be hosting and are right now. Well, some could argue, but anyways, we started out the show by Imprisoned by the Syndicate and Welcome to San Sequestro. It was both of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right.
I fucked up and said it was just the one, but so the next track on here, let me put this up on the good old screen. But the next track is actually introducing Niels. Was there a video with that one as well? I was looking for the playlist. I didn't get a chance to find it, but
there is, but it's unfinished. It's on that same YouTube channel.
Is it? Okay.
But it's basically like kind of a glorified storyboard. That one never got finished, but that was actually the first track that I did on the album. Like, was the Introducing Niels track, and then I built everything kind of around it.
Did you want to do a little bit of a break just so we can all grab, or at least me, go pee? No, but
I need to grab something.
Also, just to grab drinks and everything, and play some kick-ass music, honestly, and then I can get some copyright strikes from you. I'm just
I don't think
fucking around.
I don't think I do that.
Introducing Niels would be the next one. I could put the lyrics up, and you want to rejoin?
The lyrics will be, if you're doing the video, I think the lyrics are actually on the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Of the video, because it's I said it's the storyboard, so it's
all right. Yeah, let's do that. If people do Spotify, is Spotify here? Let me pull this off while I'm doing this. Is Spotify synced up now with your lyrics so that it, like, I guess now you can resubmit your stuff and it'll like scroll along like karaoke almost. Is it?
I might have done that. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
my later albums I know for sure have the lyrics included, but I don't know if that functionality was there.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll do it. We'll do it the way you were suggesting for now, and then we'll look into the Bandcamp. But now I gotta think of what it was. Is there a play? No, not yet. Is there a playlist that these are all under for Introducing Niels? Or is it like literally everything on that channel?
Everything on that channel is something Introducing Niels related.
Okay.
But yeah, the album itself, I mean, even just like the tracks with the album art and stuff are on there.
It's all really good stuff. Let me just do YTCracker Introducing Niels.
I linked you the, it's in the Zoom chat.
Okay. What about? Oh, okay. Feels like that's another track. I'm gonna assume. Yeah. I was gonna say that looks pretty kick-ass, but And there's the mix. So I think if I get this mix going, that'll keep things nice and tight. But let me double check. Oh, it has dual core tracks, so that won't work. Alright, that means I actually have to open the... God, I'm stalling. You can tell whenever I stall, I fucking talk slow. More than normal.
You're just having a stroke.
Yeah.
Radio shit.
Well, yeah, I'm biding my time and eating up them quarters.
I thought you were just having a stroke on air.
Well, that's usually what I'm having, but not this time. So I tell you what, let me do this part. I'm gonna play this without playing it too loud. Put it down at like 20%. Get it going in the corner.
All 360 the hack lab.
Oh, hell yeah. It's looking good.
Nice.
That's kick-ass,
Yeah,
man.
My hardware lab is in here.
Wow, you got it going on.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
We're all
Fuck yeah.
hacking.
Hacking.
Hacking. Hack the planet.
It
The
is,
Gibson.
it's good when it's good, you know?
Always, baby. Always.
When you're getting paid for it though, it can get to
Even
be
better.
a chore. Even better? Yeah? Alright, let's talk about that a little more.
I mean, it is nice to get paid for it. No doubt.
It is,
No
but
doubt.
I'm just saying it could get burnout territory, right?
It can, but you know, after, as YT told us earlier, he gets a little bit more say maybe than everybody when it comes to that. But I mean, yeah, and we'll touch on it more for sure. But you know, it is pretty cool to be able to you know, break computers for a living, or I suppose fix the problems as well, depending on where you're at, what you like more. I think if you do too much of one thing, you maybe want to move to the other. But yeah, it's definitely a luxury not everybody has.
It's not.
I'm in.
It's certainly never going to be a bad thing.
Like, and so it like that's what the thing I like about, because it's all conceptual. Like vulnerability research is largely like kind of just research. You know, it's just the same thing. Like, you know, you get a grant from as a college or whatever, and they're like, hey, you know, investigate what rats are doing or something. Like, it's very similar to that. And as I said, there is a lot of kind of structured pieces of the industry now, like in the GRC field, for instance, like where you're doing checkboxy stuff and compliance. Like, there are people though that really enjoy scrutinizing lists in Excel or whatever it is, and so there's something out there for everybody. Yeah, that's what I really think is cool though, is just having the freedom. I mean, there's parts of every job that are not amazing, but for the most part, yeah, like as long as you're putting out good work, people are generally happy with you. So that's just it. You just have to know what the people want.
Oh yeah, man. Much agreed. All right, let me see if I can make this a semi-decent transition. But I'm just gonna mute us on mics at least for a few minutes, and I'm gonna play my typical warning screen that I actually forgot to play for long enough. We're gonna go to break, and we'll be back in about 15. We'll see you guys after. Peace.
All right, see you guys in a few. Take a beer and a vape.
Oh, I just have these disposables.
Liquid crystals, beaming brands against the skyline scraped by buildings and the strand of sand whizzing by the gentle hand of the waves that slowly cleanse the land. The sins forgotten. Some say this place is rotten, but it's the only home that I've ever known. Basket washed out neon tone structures, the stone shot mask the unknown. Graphite colored streets gridded neatly, edged by walls of grease and graffiti. Plots of land where the palm trees sway next to the alleyways and decay. Reflected screens and serene puddles, disturbed by trucks exiting tunnels, slashing pedestrians of the even. My city stay living and breathing. San Sequestro, where the dregs and best go to seek fortunes and escrow. Most rob, cheat, and steal for their nesto. The rest process the echo. I process the system, the network, propagating data for hire, true expert. Corporate interests keep the lights on, coating up the dirt in Python.
Well, it's another balmy evening in San Sequestro, 78 degrees with another light drizzle expected early tomorrow morning. In business news, the 5 major telecom carriers have successfully petitioned for their merger, electing to go under the name The Syndicate. The CEO of the newly formed entity, Nice Guyman, has personally ensured his company's pledge to unregulated and unrestricted internet, even though his company now has an effective monopoly, controlling over 85% of wired and wireless communications in the country. One can only hope the hard-fought battle for this merger, which required extensive lobbying by multiple communications and special interest groups, will not adversely affect the average consumer in pricing and usage. Here's Brandon with sports.
Beneath this silicon paradise is an underground and we found it on rights. Cryptographic ciphertext and undernets in this wild, wild west. Keeping a faucet of information unobstructed by most complications. Swapping source code data methods. Keeping all trade extra protected. While this city sleeps, we defend every bit of these bits that we send. Behind benign hosting, we run blind. Anonymous VPNs and code lines. Hit past tumbled, reassembled. Shot back through our data temples. Catastrophe is not coming, it's here. San Sequestro, the point of the spear.
Welcome to San Sequestro. Welcome to San
I'm like,
Sequestro.
sure, what are they?
Welcome to San Sequestro.
I don't know either.
Welcome
I
to
guess
San
we'll shut up and wait
Sequestro.
for Dan to come back.
Yeah, they're hot. I just checked on the stream. I'm doing a voiceover right now of video. Hello. Listening.
You should rock over top. Live performance.
Starship pilot, trying to keep my actions private. One dialect for the other 1980s spectrum, ultraviolet. Purple smoke on the water till the bottom fall. Let up on the second I'm doing to my rep is a moving, trying to make the best of a movie. Steady pursuing the fluid, say see what they'll do to me. I'm an internet virus. Obscuring devices that require a stylist. I said I got a bias. Who is any better silicon? Let me rockin' a bias. Don't deny this. Firewall rules apply. This beauty hepatitis on this. Sell a bitch called a ransomware. Give me a handsome man. Boy, the dawn with my ass be gone. I got a phone. Tear the rough. Riding out ground. Talking about the browns and putt. I'm a force of nature. RPG. Pen in the paper. Code breaker. Data scraper. Yeah, I'm in on the rampage. Spam page. Picking in the series of clicks on my campaign. Show my damn age. Every time I reminisce about the good old days. With the blaze ain't no my damn age. Every time I reminisce about the good old days. With the hip I close up. All the black is in the head and shoulders. In the inbox folders. Out boxing motors. With a method that will leave the box smolders. Gonna drag it and tell you my ethos. The beat goes on and the heck begins. The Buddha bitch, your bitch. About the government mission on a treasure pin. Who's the master of science fiction?
What do you say? 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 Should we do a rewind on that? I kind of fucked it up a little bit. I wasn't doing the artistic version, and I think it deserves it. So let me do that. Rewind.
Dan, can you pump the music into the Zoom chat? Is it possible?
And I'll give it a try.
I just realized I had the stream going.
You guys are hot though, so you want me to mute it? Or do you want to talk through it? We could talk through it. That would actually kind of be badass, but...
There's a lag. I don't...
Yeah, oh, well, so let me pipe it. Let me see if I can do that really quick.
It's alright. I mean, it's like probably not too bad, but...
We already ruined everything. No, I'm just kidding. The only thing is that I don't... Yeah, no, I can't do it on this one unless I put my... Yeah, I could probably do it like this. Just put my mic near the speaker. I'm sure that won't cause any problems, right? Here, let me see if you can hear the music right now.
I could hear it there for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, you know why it's not doing it? Actually, I made it so that Zoom can do... It's not on music mode, whatever the fuck that's called. So if I take that off, that'll fix it. Give me 1 second.
It'd be nice to hear the tracks.
Yeah.
Just as a refresher, not the, like a, I mean, I'm a pretty big fan of the album, but you know, I remember the overall tone of the album, but individual songs, there's definitely lyrics that come up that I would maybe like to touch on.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, so let's try it now, because I took all the stuff off, except for echo cancellation. Might have to do that. Let's see.
Hear it for a second there.
You can hear it better, or not as much still?
I could for a second.
Yeah, it's because it's the echo cancellation, so we're just going to YOLO it like this, and then the video, I'm even going to do one better, and we're going to do the virtual webcam. Oh, I can't do it. I got to turn it on.
If you screen share the video, you can choose with sound, I believe.
No, I understand all that, but the problem is...
Okay. All right.
I got it. No, it's fine. The problem is I got to start it. So give me 1 second. And output.
Tonight's Hacker Rehab, sponsored by Bush.
It is, and we're not even bullshitting. It's absolutely sponsored by Bush. They give us a lot of money to you know, be sponsors, and they fully endorse everything that we say, and there will be no repercussions for me saying any of this stuff because, well, they simply sponsor the show. Alright, so it'll be a little wacky for you guys, but now you should be able to hear everything and see everything. At very minimum, you should be able to see what happens next. Where is it though? Is it primary? Yeah, there we go. Let's try this one more time. I'm going to mute my mic because I'm going to be doing a lot of screaming and yelling and just lots of really terrible, terrible things. But I'll let you guys talk through it a little bit, and yeah, we'll be back. Oh wait,
It's
original sound for musicians is turned off. What the fuck? I turned that on before. There we go.
It's laggy issue.
Now it should be a little better. How about that? Wait. Hold on. Is it laggy for the stream?
It's laggy in the Zoom.
Oh, well, yeah.
And I can hear myself. But it's
You're going
who cares
to.
about this anyway?
And so it should be going. It should be going across the stream without echoes, but it's like one or the other. Either it's yeah, it's fine everywhere else except for the Zoom.
We could talk about the track afterwards if we just let it play.
Yeah.
Well, too bad. I already went through all this work for nothing. No, I'm fucking around. But I will let it play. Let me let it play. Am I echoey right now? It's only the actual and yourselves and the.
It's only like because I can hear myself. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll fuck you up a little bit when you're talking through it, but feel free, and yeah, we'll be back in like full back in about 5. We're almost done. with our breaks. I'm almost done peeing. I'm still currently peeing. All right, seriously, we'll be back. But I wanted to play this this version because as Whitey said, there's some really cool artwork that maybe is not completed, but I think it is pretty kick-ass to see. And you can take us through kind of the creative process when we get back from the jump. It's about 3 minutes on.
Trying to keep my actions private. War dialect for the other 1980s. Spectrum ultraviolet. Purple smoke on the water till the bottom fall. That about a second I'm doing till my rep is moving. Trying to make the best of a movie. Steady pursuing the blue and stay see what they'll do to me. I'm an internet virus. Showing devices that require a stylist. I said I got a bias. Who is any better silicon? Let me rockin' a bias. Don't deny this. Firewall rules apply. This beauty hepatitis on this. Self-fix call it ransomware. Give me a handsome man. Boy, the dog with my ass be gone. I got a bomb. Tear the rug. Riding out ground. Talking about the browser putt. I'm a force of nature. RPG. Pen in the paper. Go break it. Data scraper. Hitting on the rampage. Spam page. Looking in the series of clicks on my campaign. Show my damn age. Every time I reminisce about the good old days. When the place ain't over. Still on the block. Standing head and shoulders.
You know what? Music's good enough.
My ego, see, it goes on and the heck begins. Who your bitch, your bitch, about the government mission on a treasure bin. Man, who's the master of science fiction? I'm an internet bandit. Stone is granite, transit, my land is landed. Then scam it, collect a bunch of clicks on a hypertext canvas. Do my damage to keep the advantage. Spanish in a package a dirty band with the jam, with the filler stack and feed 'em a sandwich from a canvas. Box that I rooted in the middle of Kansas. My hands is loyal. And I'm leading that charge like a red alert Tesla coil. From US soil, safe sides on the state drive. Encoded with the data that I need to survive. I get the high mind, drones that was standing in our mind. How to treat the seconds that would serve as a guideline. Man, to 84, they got a fix on the timeline. The crime line in the name of computer crime. I'm business. Feel all about the business. Phone searches if I go on forgiveness. Cause the witness, people on the scene with the sickness. Snitching on the friends for a deal with the quickness. Come in here, back door, book up in the strap for. On the orders of a government actor. Feel the fact that we're serving the guidelines. Second 84, they got a fix on the timeline. The name of the wrong ideology. The crime I'm business. All about the business. Gotta be an analyst of a bit of a deep. Not a business. People on the scene with the sickness. Gene on my brain, boy, get like a kid. Come in here, back door, book up in the strap for. On the orders of the fence like I'm Jennifer Granite. I got my Guinness and the science all across the Atlantic. Don't panic. Don't panic.
Okay, hang on one second. You're all muted because I had to mute for feedback reasons, but should be unmuted now. We should all be back. Let me flip us back to our amazing selves just for a minute or two. I know I'm low too, but shouldn't be as much now. So didn't go exactly as planned. Oh yeah, I'm not there either. Look at that.
The Hall of Mirrors effect.
Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast when I'm doing my thing on the fly. All right, so we got a couple routes we can go. I think one of them is we could play another few tracks. We could talk about that one real quick. We could do literally anything we want because it's our fucking show, man. But a little bit shorter of a track, still I think just as powerful and all that. Did you want to give maybe a quick view of first of all, something people may or may not have recognized is the storyboard effect of the art that was shown, or at least I hope it was shown, because you know, that was kind of the point of playing it. But even though you had mentioned it wasn't complete, it's I think one of the stages of the creative process where it's almost complete. a lot of it is in motion, whether it be live action, cartoon, whatnot. And yeah, do you want to kind of run through maybe? You know, I don't expect you to tear down the fourth wall for the entire process, but whatever you're comfortable kind of talking about with that, that'd be kick-ass. I know we didn't really get a chance to talk too much about it.
Yeah, the music itself, let's just say, it was like, I actually recorded that to a different, the lyrics were actually on a different beat. And
Wow.
it was like, that was the first one that like I had done of the album, and then I realized like, oh yeah, I should make an album around this, like centered around this character or whatever. So that was the first like actual track that was completed on the album itself. But the yeah, the animation, like what I wanted to do, and I mean, again, it's like I could still do this. It's not like, because I mean, it's one of those things where if a tree falls in a forest and no one's around to hear it, like thing, I think I brought that up to you when we were talking privately, that yeah, it's still something that like I just think that there's scars or something like that, or some sort of again, I just feel like bad that like it didn't get where it needed to at the time. But it's like, it's something I could totally revisit. I mean, it's been 8 years now or whatever that's been out, and like I could finish it the way I wanted to. But what I wanted to do is I had different, like if you look at the art style between the first video and the second video, they're actually different. Like I had different animation studios like working on different pieces, and I wanted the video basically like the Feel Like Leader Suit Larry video is done by this guy Dr. Octorock, who did my Luke video and stuff, and it's all like classic Sierra graphics. But I wanted a different animator for each song, and then like even like I wanted Niels to be represented by like a woman in one, and like different like races, just different types, so like people could identify with the music, like that Niels, kind of the concept like that Niels is all of us type thing, was the original idea. But yeah, like I wanted it to designed to like front to back, like you could play it like in a theater, even if it was like a hour long, movie, that musical, I guess you could say. But that said, all the concepts and stuff. I think I told you guys I was like directing under the nom de guerre, nom de plume, Quantum Torrentino was my like director writer name, and that's what I was doing the movies under. But yeah, I wasn't the animator. I suck at art. So there's a studio called Illusia that was in Serbia that was doing most of it. And like I said, they closed down, sadly. A lot of the original prints and stuff are no longer with us. I don't know if they were incinerated or what, but I have their digital legacy lives on our magnetic storage and solid state storage.
Yeah, it's
So, I mean,
Go ahead.
we saw some of your art earlier. I thought it was pretty good. Maybe you could animate the next one. We saw your concept art there. It was not bad.
yeah,
Well, like
truly.
animation is really expensive. Like it's that's I said that a lot. I said we've done even just like whatever the 15 minutes or whatever 10 minutes of animation that exists, or maybe it's 15, but like I said, that the Octorock stuff, I mean, that was like $60,000 like for all that, and I don't even know if the album has recouped that piece of it. Yeah, like I have no idea what it's made, but like that it seriously is like one of those like labor of love projects. Initially, like I said, one of the perfect storm things that had kind of happened was right when the album was kind of coming out, and like the album was done, but then I was trying to source producers and stuff, doing the crowdfunding, trying to get the animation done. Bitcoin had actually suffered a pretty significant crash for the time. Like things, it'd gone like from like $1,300 to $400 or something like that. And so a lot of I had like a lot of crypto businesses like BitPay and Prime Dice and these people that were kind of soft promised, they were going to throw in on the project. And then like when that happened, it was like everyone sort of tightened their belts. which is understandable. But yeah, the timing was just like really, really bad about that.
Well, yeah, and honestly, not to get too far into this stuff, but seriously, that actually, just for artists that are kind of starting out and maybe are even just thinking about getting into this stuff, that to me underscores the value of contracts. And even though it would suck to have to exercise your kind of legal muscles in that regard, especially if you get somebody like that can handle it. Like what you said, BitPay was saying that they were going to do something and backed out. That's some fucking bullshit, in my opinion.
Well, it wasn't like, again, these were just like soft, like it wasn't. These aren't, again, like they're funding a project like, you know, as a favor. So it's not something I'm gonna like, you know, batten down the hatches and go legal on them or anything. It was all, like you said, it was just these kind of soft commitments or whatever that you know, they wanted to see it done too and stuff. And like if you look in like the Welcome to San Sequestro video, like the billboards in the beginning, there's like Prime Dice and Nitrogen Sports. These are like Bitcoin gambling sites, and you know, I'd like was gonna advertise them, you know, like kind of product placement type stuff.
Sure, yeah.
It's something that I Nitrogen Sports. I said I don't know. I tell myself all the time, like, maybe am I gonna finish it? Am I not? Like, you know, but it is. It's just like it's a very like cumbersome expense to just kind of like, because you're gonna have redraws and back and forth and all this stuff, and you know the animation studios traditionally.
Well, you know, there's a lot of really good amateur hobbyist animators out there now too. I mean,
they're not
probably
cheap,
a lot more. They're not cheap, but what I'm saying is that you know there's a pretty broad talent pool now that if you, now I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. Obviously, that's really up to you. But I think if you wanted to, you might be able to find some people that maybe not. Obviously, you don't want to ask somebody to do work for free, but there's people out there that are passionate about music. There's people that are out there that are passionate about the message in this album that may want to help to contribute. I don't know. We might have some people that listen to this show actually that might be a thing. So, you know, if anybody out there in YouTube, Twitch land is interested, I don't know, maybe they can reach out to you. If again, you know, maybe you don't want to follow through with it. That's really up to you. But it would be cool because those videos are pretty awesome. It would be unfortunate because I feel like maybe you couldn't have the same continuity in the style maybe that you were getting from.
Well, I didn't want continuity in the style.
Okay.
Like, the design. There was actually another. It was odd because I had that idea like back in when I'd done it, but then there was a movie. I think like Heath Ledger's last movie. Then they had different actors play his part. I forgot. It's like Parnassus, like Legend of Mr. Parnassus or Doctor something. It's one of those. But they had actually kind of toyed with that concept as well, like where they had different actors play the same character and stuff. And that's so the idea was that the songs themselves, like again, the animation style and everything was largely kind of on the whoever was animating it. That, you know, I had just basic guidelines, but even now, like I said, just getting it done, like if I'm getting the rest of it animated, that there's certain discretions that I wanted, you know, stylistically an animator to have like over their own interpretation of it. So it's kind of more of a collaborative project. I just kind of structured on like what I would like to see, you know, in it, and then they fill in the blanks. That's one thing. Octorok, the guy who did the Feel Like Larry video, I'd worked with him previously, and it's funny because when he did the Link video, like I have the original email, it was just like this run-on sentence, like I was really high, and I just like basically just articulated everything that I thought the video should have, and then when he delivered me the final product, it was like he just brain dumped everything that I had was thinking about, and like just dressed it up really, really nicely. So there's just people that I trust in that capacity too, like that, you know, they're people that do good work or whatever are gonna make the best out of it. But I don't have a whole lot of hookups in that part of the industry and stuff like that. So that's like where, you know, if I knew animators, I don't really know a whole lot of artists that are animators and stuff like that. So it's a deficiency in my social network.
It's hard. It's hard to do. First of all, like if you're able to do both, if you're able to do both music and animation, especially, that's like that's crazy to me. I don't think I've come across many that can do that, but you know, if you find somebody that can do both, that's great. But even just finding a good animator is either impossible to find, or when you find them, they're just crazy expensive because they know that they can do it. I'm not saying anything negative, but I'm just saying when you're working on a budget of passion budget, it gets expensive real quick because you're literally, that's money out of your pocket. It's not like anybody's backing you, and even if they are donating for Patreon and stuff, it sadly doesn't cover it. $60,000, a 60,000, that's insane. That's a lot of money.
What's it in today's money? Like I said, because that was all Bitcoin back in, like I said, that was like $600 Bitcoin. So I mean,
$60,000.
Yeah, so $60,000 of 2013 Bitcoin, or 2014 Bitcoin. I said it was probably like $400 or $600, like I think a Bitcoin back then. So that was whatever, 100 Bitcoin.
It's a lot of money, and being going, like I said, I went through it recently myself. Luckily, you know, I wasn't able to put quite that much into it, but even just a few things that I commissioned somebody for was like, it was enough to make me go, wow, I gotta slow down on this, because I can't be doing this.
Well, and again, it's like I have money. It's just that the same problem exists. It's like, you know, if I finished it or whatever, like, who is going to watch it? You know, it's like going to still be the same people that are watching it anyway, type thing. Probably, you know, the part of it, and again, it's probably just said there's a bruised pride or something, some other, you know, mental construct that I have that makes it difficult. But, you know, again, it's like, yeah, if I spend another $100,000 or $200,000 or something like that getting it done, you know, I'm spending more than that on the anime convention coming up. Like, that, it's just, but people are actually going to show up, and there's like a return on investment in some senses. And so, you know, in the sense that, like, I'm proud of the album, and like the album itself stands alone. So like the necessity to kind of fill out the vision is just sort of self-aggrandizing at a certain point, because it's like not, you know, it's like the white whale. Like, I don't know if it's something that really, if I get it done, you know, who cares? Like, is anybody going to care? Like, the same people, you know, like I said, maybe the three of us care, but like, that, is that worth it? You know, so it's just, it's one of those things I kind of go back and forth on, like, but yeah.
I get it, and like some people might even take that as the wrong way and be like, oh, see, he's all about the money or whatever. But that's not the case at all, obviously. I mean,
no, not at all. Like, most of the music I release is for free. Like, I don't care. It's not the money so much. It's just more that, like, the time that I would have to dedicate towards, like, directing the video, managing the studios, like, doing all that stuff. It's like I don't have a whole team behind me, you know, and so.
Not only that, as an artist, you're a musician primarily, right? Not to say that you don't dive into other stuff, but I mean, the album itself, the art that accompanies the music is fantastic. But in my opinion, the art itself really is the music, the message, the lyrics, and that exists with or without the accompanying videos. You know, so I think, like you said, to the people that the album speaks to, I think they're going to appreciate it with or without the videos. Would I personally, as a fan, somebody who enjoys your music in general, plus this album especially, would I like to see it? Yes, but I can appreciate the album without it. I thought it was pretty cool. There were any videos whatsoever that had that quality of. I honestly didn't know until you told me that there were plans, or that you even had a plan to do any other videos. So, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was. I mean, again, it was intention, and the whole time. And as I said, it's something I go back and forth on. Like, who knows? Like next year, I might get a hair at my ass, or for the 10-year anniversary, I might get a hair at my ass and be like, all right, fuck it, I'm doing it. Like, so I mean, it's something I've wrestled with, too, because it's just I don't like to leave things unfinished that way either. But that I said in my mind, like you said, the music itself is completed, and that's like what that's like kind of my obligation to do it or whatever, but the rest of the stuff is just more like idealistic, just what I want to do.
I think that's all you need.
Yeah, it'd be cool, but I don't think it's necessary to convey the message that the album conveys, and ultimately I think that I think that's the important thing. The message behind the album is really ultimately the important thing, and that goes with, what's that saying? Something like the medium is the message type of thing.
Yeah, medium message. Yeah.
Yeah, and in this instance, the videos are cool, but I really think that the message lies in the music, and for that I thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. There's a thing,
my lord.
my lord. Again, that's a joke. There's another saying that I really like, and it's like that being early is the same as being wrong. And I know, like, kind of at the top of the program, like you're talking about how there's a lot of this nerdcore infiltration of mainstream. Nerd culture is like cool, like the Marvel movies are the hugest blockbusters ever, and these things that were traditionally nerdy are now kind of coming up. And I noticed, like I said, you have that rappers now even like they're talking about the apps they're using on their phone or their mobile devices and all this stuff, and it's really just funny to see the progression there. One of the whole, I guess, problems though, it's something I always thought that like hacking has always had this mystique about it, and that I just wanted to draw people into the criminal underworld of hacking, and kind of what was going on behind the curtain through music. The same way I think other rappers that are rapping about their criminality, like dealing drugs, or shooting people or whatever it was, that in that same vein, I think that like artistic expression of the hacking community, I don't know why that hasn't caught on either. There's part of it, I think, is because some of the lyrics that I do are kind of dense, and there's a lot of in jokes and things that you have to be part of the group to understand. I think we were talking about it earlier, stuff like where you said that you were actually Googling stuff, like doing your research on, what the songs were talking about. And, that's like the pinnacle of what I really, really enjoy about making the music, is that you have people that are not necessarily entrenched in the day-to-day life of hacking, and then you start to learn more through that. So similar to the next one.
So I'm going to touch on that. So yeah, I guess this was a couple weeks ago we actually talked about that. So it's true. I told him I didn't want to fanboy too hard here, but reality is that I kind of, it was around that 2010 era where Anonymous was really starting to blow up, and I just had an intrigue with it. Initially, my goal was not to be a hacker. It was simply intrigue. I found it interesting. I agreed with a lot of the messages, a lot of the people. And one of the things that I found a little bit later on, maybe a year or two after, I kind of started, maybe surfing areas of the internet I didn't belong. And, anyhow, I started buying some books to start reading, and it was actually somebody had showed me your music. Somebody that went by the name of /, not the one that's not the famous one on Twitter there, but there's somebody else. They're more of like a non-hacker type of person. Anyway, so they kind of turned me on to the music, and some of the stuff I knew just from trolling message boards, chat rooms, a little bit of IRC, but I didn't have my hands on anything, and I bought a few books, and I started to kind of put things together. But I was listening to the lyrics, and there were things that I just didn't know, and what you were talking about. And for me, I guess this goes back to the general interest, that almost a passion, because I'd almost caught like a bug when it came to the hacking community. I thought it was fucking cool. I grew up a skateboarder, so I always considered myself kind of like counterculture. Anyway, so I started Googling things, and I was like, okay, like what's drop tables? What's this? What's that? I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. So it'd be like, in order to understand this song, I understood like a third of it. Now I want to understand the other 2/3 of it. And I started Googling, and I ended up learning a lot of shit, just by a few keywords, a few lyrics, a few and here and there. And I started Googling. I was like, oh, that's fucking cool. All right, well, let's deep dive on this a little bit. And I do miss that. I miss that about, like I said, when I was hacking for a passion, I missed all that time spent kind of just curiosity, which then touches back to like the Hacker Manifesto as well, right? That we were talking about earlier. And it was really the driving factor, that and the principles really aligned with kind of, where I grew up. I grew up in a pretty liberal, like old school liberal household, not like modern far left wing ideologies, but like, like a more like 1960s to 80s type of a liberal mindset. And, the whole message that I was getting from the different areas of the internet, from different people I just kind of randomly met, by some of the people that fucked me over, whatever it was, though, it kind of embraced all this stuff that really I kind of identified as anyway. And I was looking for a way to take that and put it out there in a more modern, meaningful way. Because one thing is for sure is that the internet created a platform. Overall, I'm pretty disappointed in the internet and what became of it at this point in time. But early on, like this hope for the ability to attain knowledge, for it to be free, anybody to find whatever the fuck they were. Anyway, I just embraced the whole thing, and I didn't want to fanboy on, but you brought it up. So yeah, I do. I contribute a lot of that to like the learning process that I had. So, and which eventually turned into a career as well. So it's pretty cool. And that's one of the things maybe later on, after we've kind of gone through the Neil stuff, I wouldn't mind even hearing a little bit of your insight from like maybe some of those earlier tracks and stuff. I know that you do quite a few shows with Deadmau5, I think it is, yes, now doing the anti-sec remix. So maybe a little later on we could touch on it, but like that era when that music was coming out, and like the age of like hacktivism and a real push for obviously within limits, whatever you feel like talking about. I'm sure you probably know some people or whatever that you maybe just don't want to say anything, but maybe touch on some of that stuff, even because that was the core. This album, as much as it spoke to me, it was earlier on. Like I'm a Pirate, Anti-Sect, older tracks like that really got me hooked, and Anyway, thanks for all that. I am fanboying pretty hard here, so I'm just gonna let it go.
Like I said, I love it. Like that's why I do it. Obviously I'm not doing it for, like I said, the money or the fame. It's not really like, it's kind of a relative, like a thankless profession, in the sense that, if I wanted to make like just club hits or something like that, I'm sure I could find a way to adapt to that. But the authenticity in part of hip hop, like at least the older stuff, always intrigued me. We were talking about like how now it's like rappers just front and rent their jewelry and their cars and their houses and stuff, and try to make it like just about the flex. But everything that I talk about in my songs is either something that I've done or someone close to me has done, type thing. Like so it's just I don't know, like I find that being authentic is probably the most important thing in music. And especially, like I said, if you're making music about like hugely technical topics or something, you don't have the basis of understanding like what you're saying, then it's really hard to fake that type of thing. So it's one thing I always knew, that no one could really like bite my lyrics or anything, because you would have to have the like the corpus of work, you know, behind you, and understand kind of what was going on in order to you know, write about it in a salient way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this brings me to another thing I want to ask you. So you have an older track. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I believe the line is, I rapped about cars, I rapped about chicks, but interest waned when I rapped about Nicks. So were you doing hip hop before nerdcore?
Yeah, I mean, we had this group called Angel Pool, that was like kind of just like a local, like, I don't know if you know, like Def Jux, like that, like the backpacker hip hop type stuff that came out of the Midwest, like Aesop Rock, Atmosphere.
Oh
type.
yeah. Love that. Love those guys.
So we like, yeah, there's some older stuff that like, well, again, it's just that, yeah, in that song, that's I think I Did It My Way. It was that track.
That's it. Yeah.
But yeah, that not like obviously that I think that's what's funny is that I'd come to the conclusion, like even not too long ago, that really, you know, there isn't too much of a difference between like the life that I've led and like that of like what you would talk about in rap music, like going to the club, picking up girls, driving in fast cars, spending money. Like I do all that stuff. Like there is like a ton of that, you know, again, the difference is like I rob a bank in my underwear rather than, you know, having to go into the place with a gun type stuff. So there's a lot of similarities. But yeah, more just in that vein, that, yeah, I think that that song was like what, 09 or 08 or 09 or something, but maybe it was a little earlier than that, maybe 07, I don't know. But yeah, there was never like, again, I've never like really I said tried to make songs that like, there's like a famous song by Spam Tech that's like my original rap group, like original technology rap group, but it was called Ass Pussy Mouth, and it was like about, but like that, you know, me and my homies, we'd run trains, like, you know, it was like we were really doing that shit, like that was really happening, like everything that happened in that song actually happened and stuff. And so I mean, it's like, again, there's a couple like nerdy references in there, but yeah, I mean, largely, I mean, I think that song stands alone as on track. But
oh, that's cool. And, you know, I can kind of relate. Nothing I'm going to probably talk about on air, but yeah, when I was young, growing up, like, I think I might even talked about the other week, but I moved across the continent for some reasons. And, you know, I get that, though. I remember living younger, and I always thought, you know, man, my life is very much like a rap video in a lot of ways. Mind you, rap was a little bit different back in the early 2000s, late 90s. So, you know, and I was also more into like the underground hip hop, still a little bit gangster, but not necessarily glorifying, more about like coming up out of the struggle. But anyhow, yeah, so no, that's actually awesome to hear. It's good, because I've always appreciated that from artists, as well as like you were talking about, like this whole Cash Money stuff that really snowballed into this mumble rap that a lot of this stuff's happening nowadays. You know, I grew up listening to like Nas and Biggie and artists like that, and they really encapsulated like the true spirit, I guess, if you will, of like hip hop. And you know, for sure, like same with Wu-Tang, like these guys came straight out of the hood, and I grew up in a pretty rough neighborhood too, and it kind of spoke to me. So then later on, when I found nerdcore music that was talking about stuff, and it's still related, it seemed awesome. I'm glad to hear you say that. You know, life's all about living, especially when you're young. You can fuck up a lot when you're young and still make something of yourself. I think everybody here is living proof of that, probably, and probably at least half the chat. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm still a work in progress in some ways, but yeah, I don't know. Like I've chilled out a lot. Like listen, I've been sober for a few years. Like that, you know, I used to be pretty animalistic in my partying, and so the sex, drugs, rock and roll stuff really like did resonate with me. But that's what's odd is that I think that there's a lot of this. There was a misconception even when I was younger that like hackers were just like a lot of fat idiots in their basement, you know, like not showering and stuff. But most of the hackers that I knew were really cool. Yeah, really smell check. But yeah, there's a lot of the hackers that I knew, like even then and stuff. Like everyone was like pretty like normal. Like you know, everyone was still partied. You know, still did all the fun stuff that you wouldn't think of like archetypically that a hacker would be engaging in. But that's something too that was like important to me is taking a lot of the things that people had used against me in the past, like about being a nerd and not having friends and being friends with my computer and all that stuff, and then kind of flipping it around and then like taking the empowerment out of it, like saying that that like it's a good these are good qualities to have, the studiousness and like working on a computer. I'm the one with the last laugh. And it's part of the problem now is that there's a lot of those older songs, like where I was kind of talking about like the struggle, like Mega Nerd is probably like a huge, that's like, was like my flagship kind of most popular song for a really long time. And it's like now, the kid that develops the apps in middle school is actually the cool kid. Like, the kid that's good at Fortnite is like the cool kid. Like that there's been a paradigm shift where now the nerds have kind of won, and so a lot of that older stuff is kind of maybe even lost on this generation. Like now, I think if you listen to it, you're like, what? Computer geeks don't have it hard now. Like,
what are you talking about? Yeah,
yeah. It's
so
not,
they did inherit the earth then.
Yeah, I can't equivalate. Is that the word?
It's absolutely a word. No.
Is it a word? Okay.
Now it is.
Like the civil struggle of the like the African American type thing. Like, oh yeah, it's like some civil rights struggle by any means. But at the same time, it's really interesting to see, like, that all those things that I was kind of rallying against sort of naturally progressed. Like, had nothing to do with my music or whatever. It's just the world kind of caught up in a lot of ways.
This is a little bit off topic, I guess, but actually totally on topic for what you just said. And I think a lot of people are going to disagree with me because a lot of people hate this show. But The Big Bang Theory, I really feel had no, I know. All right, I see you shaking your head, but yeah. I think that it really.
I'm just judging. I'm not shaking my head.
Nerdom to the mainstream in a lot of ways too. Like, I think. I know a lot of people might disagree, and a lot of people think the show's cheesy, but I did think that it kind of took intelligent people and kind of put a different spotlight on that level of intelligence and that way of life that you can enjoy certain things, whether, because in the end they get the girl or whatever, I mean, I don't know. That was just me. I just always kind of thought that about that show. I thought it always kind of like boosted that image of like being able to be nerdy, be successful, and in the end, things will be all right. So, I grew up as a skateboarder, like I was saying, and skateboarders weren't exactly cool in the early and mid '90s, like when I was going to school. And I think all the kids that were cool, and I was partying and doing drugs back then, and people used to rag on me for that shit, and they used to think skateboarding was so lame and all this and that, and oh, this guy's fucked up, he's a druggie. And I look at them all now, and I'm in a way better spot than most of these people. So that's I feel it's not like I'm not laughing at them, but I sometimes chuckle to myself about it because it's like, I knew everything would be all right. I didn't know, but I could feel it. I was like, I'll be fine.
Yeah, like all I use Facebook for now is to shit on people that knew me back then. So like it's really like all I ever post on Facebook now is just me stunting. Like it is this all like flex shit, because I mean it's not like super intentional, but it's just funny because there's like a lot of people I think that you know, when I was younger, like it given me like a hard time, you know, and stuff, the bullying shit, you know, and it's like I just to see like where they are now in comparison to like, you know, these things that I've achieved and stuff. It's just that they say it's rubbing salt in a wound. It's not like, you know, functionally laughing at, you know, people, but you know, it's just amazing the trajectory.
Well, you let your success speak for itself, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So yeah, it's more accurate. Yeah, I would say just kind of it's an unintentional flexing, but
so full disclosure, I actually had a buddy. He was a really good friend. He still is, but he was super. Again, like I didn't really have the money for a computer growing up, but I had a buddy who was super into computers, and we're talking like the mid '90s, and he was like hacking back then. And you know, I used to kind of make fun of him. It was all like a jest, but like we used to both skateboard, but he would like dip out all the time to, you know, hang out with this one other guy that I knew too, that he was also really into it. And they just nerd out. And I'd be like, come on, you fucking nerds, let's go fucking skateboard and fucking smoke some weed. Come on, let's go. And I'd be like, no. I'd be like, fuck, you guys are losers. I'm out of here. Fuck you guys. You know, it was, again, they were always friends and still are. But, you know, my one buddy in particular is like head of security for like a really big, like aerospace company now. So, you know, I look back on it, and again, like, you know, if I went to work there, he would certainly be my boss, several rungs above me, and you know, all for the same thing that I was like ragging on him. Come on, nerd, let's go, get in, nerds, we're going skateboarding. But yeah, so it's funny, but now it's something cool that we could kind of laugh about sometimes, because he does bring it up every once in a while. It's like, remember that time you called me a nerd? He's like, by the way, you're a nerd now too.
One of us, yeah, 100%.
We jump into another song.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I promised to accidentally screen share with my volume on again.
Oh yeah, no worries. We were all basically just talking on hot mic. No worries. As long as we didn't like yell out our our socials and stuff without context. But yeah, no, what do you want to do? Did you want to run through a few songs, group them together, and then talk about them, or one at a time? However you want to do it. I can even pot it down so that it's about half volume. You can talk over it. Although that artistically probably isn't the best isn't the best way to do it. I'm thinking maybe
DVD commentary.
What's that?
DVD commentary.
Yeah, exactly.
The DVD
right.
commentary.
Why don't we do?
It's one of the things that's just difficult technologically, and like the three hackers, you know, can't figure this type of thing out. But I know it's a little bit hard just to, even kind of do this. But structure it the way you like. Like I said, I answer whatever questions about the music.
So we got the next three are Night Terror, Just a Dream, and Clean Slate. And that, well, actually, Just a Dream is a skit, I'm assuming. But yeah, so that's about 6-7 minutes or so. And then we could maybe do, the next one's a skit too, and then Feels Like Loser Shoot Larry. So I would think up to Clean Slate maybe. And then you want to talk through those real quick, and we'll just keep running through. It's up to you also if you want to pick like the most, I don't want to say the most important, because obviously the entire album is important, right? But just in the interest of time, because I know a lot of people generally don't have the ability to keep listening past 9 p.m. Pacific, because it's after midnight on the East Coast. So I'm good to keep going as long as you want. Honestly, we can actually even make this an extended show as long as you guys are good with it. It's Friday or Saturday. Well, that's how much I'm paying attention. But it's the weekend. I think generally speaking, we don't have work, and even if we do, fuck work. So if you want to make it a long show, totally down. I'm gonna leave it up to you two, but mostly you, YTCracker, because you're the guest of honor. And if you don't want to go through the whole album, you're not obligated to, obviously.
Whatever.
All right. Well, thanks for the help. I appreciate it. Well, let's do this. Let's do a little block. Let's do a block of 3. So we'll do Night Terror, Just to Dream, a Clean Slate. If you guys are playing along at home, the link is going to be on the screen. Since nobody's really calling in tonight, which honestly they never call in anyways these days. I used to be popping so much too. Like, people used to call in constantly. If you want to call in, the phone number is at the bottom of the screen. I'll leave it down there. But you can actually call that phone number. You can talk to YTCracker and us and give us your input that we will decide whether it's worthy or not of praise or insults. Ruthless insults. Do you guys keep hearing a noise, by the way? I don't know what noise it is, but it sounds like a Twitch noise if I'm not... Or not Twitch. Discord. Is that... Nobody else is hearing it, so it's got to be on my end. What the fuck?
Probably you.
I wonder if it's going through... Do you guys keep hearing a noise, by the way? I just missed it, if it was going through. It might not actually be going even through the stream. I can't tell where the fuck it's coming from. It's really pissing me off. But I muted everything on my end that it could be coming through. So I gotta assume. Let's see if chat will help me out. Come on, chat. It might not actually be going. Either way, yeah, if it is coming through, let me know, and I'll look for it to try and fix it. Otherwise, with the show, we'll go on and we'll get these songs going, and then if somebody wants to call in, y'all be needing thanks for your time this evening so far. Yeah, I do appreciate it. 100%. So I'm gonna put the tracks on, and we'll be back in about 6. You guys want to leave the video on too? And the hot mics?
Sure.
No, I'm just kidding. We'll put the video off too, and just kind of let the music play. I actually have some. Let me double check. I think I have some kick-ass. I have some pretty badass animations that I can play. So let me just take off the name of this. Play some animations. Play some music. Get this going. If I play it from Bandcamp, was there any other videos on these tracks that we should play?
Just the Leader Suit Larry is the only other one with the video.
What's that?
Leader Suit Larry, the Feel Like Leader Suit Larry is the only other one with the video.
Okay.
The rest of them are all undrawn, anything.
No worries at all. Well, that is something I wanted to touch on really quick after we get back, but we'll play Night Terror through up until Leisure Shoot, and we'll just kind of talk about those and then preface Leisure Shoot. And my God, it just dawned on me that like probably a decent majority of people that are watching have no idea what Leisure Suit Larry even is, which is really sad and
That's
makes me feel
in the
old.
hook.
Oh, is it?
In the hook.
It is? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It's not a track that
Feel Like Leader Suit Larry, but
I don't
Feel Like Leader Suit Larry, but the kid.
Nice. I loved that. I loved that game. I thought it was hilarious, but I also was like super kind of young back then, so I don't know. I want to play it again because it's been an incredibly long time, but we'll see. Anyways, Bandcamp, pretty good place to play it from. Good quality. Or should I play the YouTube, you think? All right, let's do it up.
Oh, the video or?
Well, because you said the lyrics should crawl if I do it off Bandcamp too, right? Or will they?
No. Bandcamp just has the lyrics. If you click the.
Oh, okay.
You can click it. If you mouse over them, you'll see the lyrics are there. But
So let me just.
I think.
Let me check Spotify.
Spotify.
Yeah.
Somebody said that Spotify has.
All right.
So.
Let me do that real quick. Let me just load Spotify and see, just in case. YTCracker. This might have been something that, a traditional radio show would actually check up on. But in my defense, we don't exactly have a producer or anything at the moment that's able to do these things.
Let me
And
gather my show notes here.
well, you know the DIY life, right? It's not exactly the easiest thing in the world. But damn, you got a pretty decent spec on your Spotify alone. What's your monthly listens? It's got to be pretty high. Holy shit, you're almost at 10,000 monthlies? Damn. That's decent, my dude. Here, let me just put this up on the screen. Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, according to Spotify. Yeah, you're at about 92.69. All right. Let's get it at night there, and we will join you guys back at I don't know, 10 minutes from now. Peace. I'm gonna mute you guys just in case you think that it's not hot. See you in a few.
Slow wailing of the sirens. In the distance, I gather the courage to gather my fangs. The clock's ticking. Grab a backpack, see what will fit in. Cause I'm sitting on a bunch of dirty shit and I can't flush it. Main track, top clamshell. Grab a few G's and USB keys from the spam well. Swiftly picking through the inventory in my 5th story apartment building at 5 in the morning. Beat it down the wet metal stairs of this rickety 5-skate with my bag full of wares. Make my high top skywalk and I land on the sidewalk. Glance over my shoulder as I sprint to the station. And I don't have a clue which agency might be chasing me. I just hit the road when I thought they were tracing me. Logging packets from an unknown source. Now I'm running through this obstacle course. Signature whipping the helicopter blade spinning. Quickly close on my location. The information is good. Probably pass some paranoia or just call it coincidence. But this incident in particular got me feeling different. Cause it's obvious pursuit is in play. Every noise I hear converging on me trying to come through my day. A spotlight from the heavens confirming this is a raid. And these agents of the state are trying to take me away.
Sir, stop where you are. Don't even try resisting, you won't get very far. Please yield in your tracks, don't make it worse than it already is. Kneel and put your hands on your head.
I can listen, or I can race more intensely. Is my stamina sufficient? Can my lawyers defend me? I don't even know to what extent the charges might be, but they gotta be significant. They send in the cavalry. I'm dashing fast while I'm weighing these options. Either way that I decide, I'ma proceed with some caution. Because often people in my place catch a bullet from a trigger happy cop who's just itching to pull it. And I ain't got no marine, no glory in dying. Luckily not up for murder, so no need to be hiding. How many is it even possible for popping my crime wave? I'm just another villain with a pulse and a sine wave. Stop moving, lock my hands to my neck. Drop my bag to my side, let my shins hit the deck. Resign to my fate, guess I will face the music. Reflecting on my past and then how to get through this. Wondering who could have been Judas. I was careful enough, now I'm totally surrounded and I'm put in the guts. Shut it back up a black suburban. My future nebulous and uncertain.
I'm up. Man, I'm so sick of these dreams.
shut in my office. Hop on job and hit my accomplice. Flux got my screen with a case of jaundice, cause I'm on this feng shui quest for calmness. Set it in the default tab, I go mad for the memes that feature cats. Peruse the news with some freshly brewed coffee, cause I'm on the internet, dude. Reply from my contact, agency just got the contract to place new nodes on the border routers, surveilling traffic on all the towers. This crib my sim game, techno brain can tie my name. I bank and wave comms and scan nets with, but I guess I'm just a masochist. Oh well, no sense in condom lists. Ownage when the government's ominous, and a prominent problem of my people. They don't stop till it gets to legal, but I got plans to stay unburdened. Stand back up and draw my curtain. Slowly stroke my beard and consider how to clean my gear. Clean slate, good reason for leaving. A clean slate, that's what I've been seeking. A clean slate, just a chance to start fresh. A clean slate, before I'm marked for death. The game just kinda lost its luster slowly since I've been a youngster. Young Neils, keyboard and fingers, coding apps and dreaming bigger, but the threat lingers of getting busted. Don't know which friends can be trusted. Might as well quit while I'm a free man and not face the eye of an angry G-man. Unwrap 2 brand new externals, format X3 TrueCrypt journal. Folder structures on all my servers, cataloged all the data mergers. Burners paid for with a green dot, prepaid X5s win the green shot. But I'll make this copy just in case I decide to re-enter the race. Clean slate, good reason for leaving. A clean slate, that's what I've been seeking. A clean slate, just a chance to start fresh. A clean slate, before I'm marked for death. Start my offense and back up my exploits. Back up my room shells and back up my checkpoints. Back up my doc files and back up my programs. Back up my source code and back up my whole spam. Back up my database acquisitions. I back it all up on TrueCrypt partitions. Type in DD in file device 0, SDA block size 1,000 kilos. A clean slate, good reason for leaving. A clean slate, that's what I've been seeking. A clean slate, just a chance to start fresh. A clean slate, before I'm marked for death. A clean slate, good reason for leaving. A clean slate, that's what I've been seeking. A clean slate, just a chance to start fresh. A clean slate, before I'm marked for death.
Your home of all things nerdcore, the Hacker Rehab.
And welcome to Channel 23 KSEC News. I'm Skip Turner. The CEO of technology conglomerate The Syndicate has decided to abdicate his freshly acquired throne in favor of pursuing a new career in Capital City. The president announced her intentions earlier today to appoint Nice Gaiman as head of the Federal Bureau of Telecommunications.
Mr. Gaiman has absolutely unmatched experience in the telecommunications industry. It is my firm belief that he has exactly the skill set and knowledge required to modernize our government for the challenges we face in the 21st century.
San Sequestro executives are thrilled with the prospect of a technocracy emerging after such a long period of seemingly incompetent government. No mention has been made of Mr. Gaiman's successor as of yet. Next up, sleepless in San Sequestro. The number of people finding their perfect match on online dating sites is rapidly rising, while enterprising young men and women gear up their profiles in order to attract prospective mates. Big data and your love life after this.
Nice. All right, we're gonna pause her there. Nice. All right, I'm now unmuted. Yeah, we're gonna pause her there just so that we can talk through that one. I personally did not actually leave the room, but So yeah, that was a threefer. I think that's what they call it. But we went from Night Terror, and for those of you just joining, which I know there are a few, yeah, we're just kind of taking a run through introducing Niels. It's one of the, I would call it one of your larger albums, and obviously I'm talking to YTCracker here, who is our guest of honor, kind of kicking off season 4 of Hacker Rehab. I'm also joined by none other than No Self. Hey, I was able to point correctly. But yeah, this is a little bit of a long form show, but at the same time, we started a little late, as is tradition. So yeah, I'm not sure how you want to do this. If you had any visual aids, but if you do, let me know. I can pop them up. Otherwise, if you just have normal aids, let me know, and we can maybe get you fixed up there too. I'm full of them tonight.
Pool's closed.
Yeah, the pool is closed.
Pool's closed.
In all seriousness, yeah, we're definitely super stoked to have you on, and thanks for putting up with our questions and whatnot. But you've given us a really interesting insight, a lot more insight than I actually had any idea you've been through. Just the fact that even I think it was just the one video, not both of them, has cost you what is sometimes a full salary for people, and that's out of a labor of love, not one that's strictly seeking monetary. Although anybody that's making music or art, if they say that they're only doing it for that, especially if they're popular enough to be lucky enough to make money, is kind of bullshitting in my opinion. But that's just my opinion.
You gotta ask, seriously, I really don't give a shit about, that's what I said about, being part of a major label or anything like that too, being in a contract. I make music because I want to, and I don't really, like I said, it's nice, but it's not something. I don't make music because I'm gonna get rich and famous or anything like that. You wouldn't. That's what I said. You wouldn't really pick this topic.
Yeah.
To write about.
The subgenre is definitely. Oh, sorry to cut you off. The subgenre is definitely not ideal for just making money and just really getting in there with the pop albums, top 40 and all that. But this kind of is a great segue into what I was saying right before we went to that music break. Is yeah, literally, I think it was maybe 2 days ago, maybe 3. I was listening to Sirius XM. I want to say it was on Shave 45, but it might have been on one of the surrounding ones. But it was one of the morning shows or something, kind of more talk, but they play music, and somebody brought up nerdcore, and the hosts were, obviously their first take on something new or something they haven't heard is going to be nerdcore. What the fuck is that? But then the guy went on to actually give a really pretty good description of it, and I just couldn't help but thinking to myself, damn, that's solid. That means that the whatever you want to call it, the irons in the fire are getting warm. They're getting hot, and I think there's going to be a time when you're able to join a smaller group of people that has been at this for a long time, and finally, I don't want to say have a return on your investment, but maybe get like $1 or $2 in some royalties somehow, because I think, especially when it comes to you, duocore, and the people that have been at it really since the beginning deserve a little bit of recognition for what you're doing. I mean,
recognition. That's it. Recognition is fine. That's the stories No Self told and stuff are really the ones I find the most interesting. I really I said, the only thing I really care about is if it brings people into computer security, or like they understand things more, or they just like to listen. Like that's literally my only motivation. Like is more just making stuff that people enjoy, and I enjoy making it. So yeah, the money is like kind of detached from it. I think
I think
as far as I'm concerned.
That's a good reason to have somebody in your corner that is kind of almost about both, or at least about the money, because whether I know you're being extremely genuine, but you're also being humble, and that's great, because that's kind of what this life is all about. It's about not really bragging at all times and being an ass. However, I would say, getting somebody that's got your best interest at heart, but also maybe a little more focused on the money part of it, might not be a bad thing. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, I agree. Like if I had like some sort of structured management or anything like that that was willing to kind of go out there and maximize. I mean, it's what's worth doing is worth doing for money, I guess, is the maxim. But
that saying, I swear that saying is from what's his name, from the guy that propped up Trump and Nixon and them. You know what I'm talking about.
Stone.
Yeah, Stone. All these sayings, like it's better to be known for something terrible than not known. Well, no, that's not true at all. That's actually terrible advice.
That's not true.
And so are like all these like little euphemisms that have come up throughout the years. I'm realizing slowly they're all from him. But going back to your original point, you are right in that.
I agree with you. I think any artist would love to reach that that pinnacle where something that you love doing starts to generate a revenue. If you go into it with it being your sole intent, chances are it's probably not going to work, or you're just a manufactured pop star. And
you become Justin Bieber.
Nerdcore is gonna, and I don't see Nerdcore's ascension going quite that far anytime soon. Maybe who knows what the future holds. Unfortunately, and this is whether you're dual core, YTCracker, or I guess even young internet at this point in time, the pioneers, you look at hip hop in general, by the time it became profitable, they were already the legends, but their music wasn't hitting the radio stations on regular spin all the time. And it actually was the second or third generation of rappers and hip hop artists that kind of probably reaped the rewards of that first generation. If you're talking like Cool G Rap, or before that even Grandmaster Flash and people like that. And granted, I'm sure that they did get some financial windfall from it, but probably not to the extent that other people did.
That's exactly.
The fact that, their names and stuff, and that's like part of what I said. That for me, like I said, that there is I think that recognition for art, like people just sort of equate that with monetary success or something like that. But that's it. I don't even check my Spotify listeners or any of that stuff. Like I'm this is the first time hearing that I have. I get like a year-end report every once in a while from Spotify or something, but I don't even have Spotify installed on my phone. The fact that there are 10,000 people out there monthly-ish listening. Well, stupid.
That's insane. Okay. That's awesome, dude. That's a pretty big milestone, my dude. And I mean, it hasn't quite hit 10,000, but I'm telling you, when you hit 10,000, you got to put out one of those maybe unreleased jams that you've been holding on to, because that's a special time, my dude. That's that not a lot of artists reach 10,000 plays or 10,000 monthly individual listeners. I don't even know what your monthly plays are. It's probably, I would guess, triple at least. But
I don't know. Look at I bet you dual cores in the 100,000s.
Let's take a look. Yeah, That's I'm interested now. Let's see.
I know Mega Ran's got to be up there. Like Random's doing pretty good.
Well, let's see what Nirvana's at so that we can get a baseline. So Nirvana is at 24 million monthly. so they're a little bit up there. Not to try and
I'm a rounding error compared to Nirvana.
So dual core comes up. Oh, I wonder if this is. It is dual core. He's at about 18.8. Or they are at 18.8. So I always make that mistake that literally I think everybody makes is that's just one person, right? And I think
no, it's dual core int 80, and then there's a producer in England's named C64, and so they, but like,
I didn't know that for the longest time though.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing that like I know, like David in 80 has like been the face of dual core and stuff like that, but he's always, I think correcting people that he's int 80 the rapper and dual core. That's usually how he opens his shows and stuff.
Oh, does he? Oh, that's cool.
Like, yeah, he pays a lot of credit to his producer. But,
damn, another. Sorry to cut you off, but another thing that you're coming up on is almost 1 million plays of Bitcoin Baron just on Spotify.
That's crazy.
Almost 1 million, my dude.
Funny.
Yeah. see what happens to the price of Bitcoin, whether that goes crosses the million threshold or not.
I think
that's pretty wild. That's still like like you say, you compare that to Nirvana, and obviously there's not a lot of comparison, but you got 10,000 people out there who want to hear your music and relate to it. I mean, sometimes it's hard to even fathom there's that many people out there that have the same interest as you. I know there's 7.5 billion people on the planet, but in a niche thing like hacking, and I mean, because this isn't necessarily even cybersecurity infosec music, this is hacker music, right? This is for people that are into hacking and plain and so. And in my opinion, maybe you feel different, you're the artist, but as a listener, I always thought it spoke more towards the underground and the culture. But to think that there's 10,000 people out there a month that have that mindset that this appeals to them, I think it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, dual core I think handles a lot more of the
infosec
white hat. Yeah, and that's something that's like a kind of a weird distinction I think I've always kind of made between the two of us. Is it's not like, I mean, in private I'm sure in 80 would tell you about like some of the black hatty type stuff that he's been exposed to, but yeah, I think that my music has always been a little more gritty and like.
I was actually going to bring that up. He almost has that clean rapper almost, and I didn't want to say it because I actually really like dual core's music, int 80 and C64 dual core as the group, but they kind of have that like almost Will Smith vibe, if you will. Still super good music. I still relate to it at a certain level, but it's definitely a lot cleaner.
100%. Yeah, it's definitely and it's the audience I think is actually different. I mean, there's a Venn diagram kind of overlap, but that a lot of the GRC people that we were talking about earlier and stuff, I think can really like get into David's music a lot more than mine. Like I'm still a criminal, like at heart, like, so it's like I just gotta represent, baby. No, and like I said, Omai's like been coming up. I mean, Young Internet, like he's like my kind of spiritual successor. Like I think if I was making music now, if I just started now, like he's kind of how I see myself, like the type of stuff I'd be doing. But he doesn't like. He's about it. Like everything that he says in his shit is true talk, real talk. So, we're on one side of the fence, and I think Omai too is kind of more on the like the dual core kind of good, like not necessarily sterile, but just that it's more palatable, I think, to like the infosec community rather than just like the fucking dirty hacker community.
Yeah, you could play their tunes at an office party without somebody considering you an insider threat, maybe.
Yeah. For HR violation. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That said,
And that's unfortunate because.
Oh, go ahead,
I mean,
go ahead.
I worry sometimes. Like,
No,
I worry
you're on the
sometimes
list.
Yeah,
Don't
I
worry.
worry about things that some of my views I might be hesitant to talk about. So, and I hate this. I hate that. But we have, like my company, we have standards that apply to social media and other stuff too that exist outside of work. And I personally think it's bullshit to some extent. Now, again, I also believe a private company has the right to do whatever the fuck they want to do. So, if they want to hold those standards and I want to work there, I guess I have to adhere to it. I guess if I really wanted to say, fuck you, I'll go work somewhere where they don't care, then I say criminal shit on the Hacker Rehab show. But in reality, I like where I work and the people I work with, but some things just don't jive with the company policy. So it's a fine line sometimes to walk. Especially.
I'm very as advertised. So like I said, you get what you pay for. Like you get what you ask for type shit with me. So yeah.
That's good though. I mean that's the way to be.
I think you've earned that. You've got a lot of years experience in the industry and just in the scene as a whole in general as well. And I maybe don't carry that that same type of a weight. Maybe they might think that my views would make me dispensable. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows, right? But I also get it too. They have a company image. I don't think anyone except for a handful of people know what company I work for. It's not something that I broadcast publicly for that reason.
They don't know that you work at, but just kidding. No, and that's the way to keep it, honestly. And I'm not gonna to go into a tirade about the whole Krebs bullshit, but I truly do believe the man was trying to get me fired by linking my persona with my work. It wasn't anything else that it possibly could have been that I can think of other than an attempt to do that, because what good is my name to anybody other than saying that I work for a company and this is my name. And so that's a pretty shitty thing to do, and I always have to follow up that little tirade with I don't know why anybody never asks, why doesn't he work at Wall Street Journal anymore? That answer's never really out there, is it? Anyways, moving on. So there's a lot of traction on Bitcoin Baron specifically. Hang on one second. Bitcoin Baron has
I just want to circle back to one thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Sorry to cut you off. I do think that it's totally okay to work, for a company, to work a corporate job and still have an appreciation for the culture and the underground aspect of things. I think that's totally all right. And if any of my managers are listening, that's what it is. It's my appreciation for the culture and the underground and what built the whole.
Yeah, like you're saying, Grandmaster Flash, you got to know where you came from. Like you got to the standing on the shoulders of giants. You got
And that said, there is a very specific thing that we put at the top of the show, and that is the warning that the stunts performed during this live stream are fictional. Some or all acts portrayed during this show can be dangerous, and they shouldn't be done under any conditions ever. And they're all clown reality and blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. We're not advocating anything, and even if we were, it would be in a fictional universe. And, of course, don't die. But yeah, I think any reasonable company would realize, especially in a conversation like this, that we've plainly said nothing illegal, and we haven't in 4 seasons, or else we'd be behind bars. That also said, we talk about real stuff. It's a little more real than some people like, but that's up to them how they run their shows. This is how we run ours. That's it. But going real quick before I forget, Bitcoin Baron specifically, I truly believe that one sticks out from what I can tell metric wise more than triple of all the rest of your songs, and I'm almost wondering if that's getting that crossover that you've been waiting for all this time, because Bitcoin, almost everybody knows about Bitcoin. My mom knows about Bitcoin, and that's insane. Like, the woman doesn't even have a cell phone. So like, I think we're starting to see that crossover of true just ultra nerd shit finally coming into the mainstream. Bitcoin Baron is, I bet, something that a lot of, I mean, shit, 50 Cent was like hiding assets from the IRS or something, allegedly, with Bitcoin at some point. I mean, 50 Cent of all people is like a smart businessman, but if he's rapping about Bitcoin, that's something. So yeah, we should talk after the show about specifically SiriusXM.
Money laundering.
No, I never talk about money laundering because that is a very bad thing to talk about. And that, no. But SiriusXM, I think, is the platform that is the ultimate kind of crossover area, and that goes for any artists that are listening that are kind of on the come up, or just starting out, but maybe not just starting out, but have an established base and want to start branching out. After, I don't know how many, if either of you have it in your cars, but it kicks ass. Like, it really does. They play a lot of underground shit. They have a SoundCloud day where they just play random SoundClouds that you tweet to them and stuff. It's a pretty cool platform for being as mainstream as it is. So just putting that out there.
I'm a very like that's, we're talking about like having somebody paired with you that's like hustling for you and stuff like that. Like, I'm a very inbound, like I'm not like a hustler like in that sense. Like, I don't like, hey, check out my mixtape, hey, let's like, if I fucking finish a song, I tweet about it one time. I don't even think I cross post to Facebook, like, or I'm very, like I said, I'm a bad musician, like, in that sense. Like, the brand or whatever, I don't really do a whole lot of work on, trying to get people to listen to my music and everything. I just feel like I think there's enough people spamming you out there that if you find your way to it, that's cool. But yeah, I don't really like forcing shit down people's throats.
I think focusing on the art's what you need to be doing, and that's what any artist needs to be doing, and that's kind of why I said, and that advice is obviously aimed at you, but also literally anybody listening that's involved in this stuff. It doesn't even have to be music. You could be doing, like for instance, cartoon work or animations. There's clearly a market for it. There's like 3 people talking about it right here that are having issues establishing stuff like that. But they may not realize just how in demand they are. So I don't know. Having a not money manager, but having somebody on your side that is a business nerd never can hurt.
Well,
I know.
I'm also, like I said, I've made most of my money off spamming and internet marketing and stuff. It's just it's not like I don't know how to do it per se, but there's this one like purity. Like, music is something I've never cheated my followers. I've never paid for SoundCloud plays. I've never tried to like do anything like I never mixed the two. Like, my music has always just been something that I said, the authenticity of it. Like, I want to know that, like, if there is 9,200 people on spot, like, I know how to like spin up a bunch of instances with like paid Spotify accounts and like make my streams look insane. Yeah, exactly. Headless browsers, like whatever. Like, there's 100 ways I know other people even that are kind of established in the industry that do these types of things. And so with me, like, I've always just wanted like a very honest perception, like feedback loop on like, okay, like this, every SoundCloud follower that I have, every play that I have is legitimate. Like, yeah. And whatever. So
I'm down with that, and
You know,
I think a lot of people can
I think
respect that.
it really depends though too. I mean, there's a level of sharing your own stuff that can reach spam levels, but I don't. I kind of actually struggle. So a couple of years ago, I tried to launch like a clothing brand myself. I grew up painting graffiti and doing graffiti, and then I kind of got into it digitally, and I was doing a bunch of like hacker-oriented graffiti style clothes, and I had the same feeling as you did though, where I didn't want to spam people with it. And, you know, I'd post it once, and then I'd wait maybe a week or two and post it again, and you know, I found that I'd get a little bit of traction, like when I'd make a post and then I wouldn't, and you know, then I wouldn't post about it, and no sales whatsoever, and then I'd make a post and I'd get 1 or 2 sales and kind of thing, and it just wasn't me, I guess, like that shameful self-promotion. But I definitely think it was a detriment to trying to do it. It just didn't work. You know,
The
for
spamming?
that reason, I think.
The spamming or the entire thing?
Well, the entire thing, I just think I didn't go hard enough on trying to promote it. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe if I'd gone harder with it, that it might have taken off. I mean, the shop's still up, but I don't even know the last time it had a sale. And I had a Twitter account that was specifically for it, but Twitter deleted it, I'm pretty sure. So
I'm a bunch of assholes. They fucking delete all my stuff.
I'd rather have people share my music or whatever. Like I'd rather people, like when people like share the stuff I make, like that's cool. Like I mean that's what I'm saying. Like I don't. It's not like the whole.
You want it organic.
Grandizing.
You want it
I want it
organic.
organic.
Yeah,
Like,
that's completely like that's your brand. First of all, is authenticity, but it's also it's like a really good way of handling yourself. The problem with it is unfortunately in this day and age, so many people that are just dog shit at rapping, let alone the arts and all that, are eclipsing true artists by gaming the systems. And so you're almost in a way forced to play that stupid game. The one thing I will say and caution for any artists that are considering doing that is Spotify and YouTube and all of them are not dumb, and they may not boot you immediately, but you get put on very big scrutiny lists. And I know this because I've fucked around with, like, I think I released like 2 songs that I made like in a couple hours, like the kitten party song and whatever the fuck else I wrote. And like it's just goofy stuff, but it was meant to also test the limits of, well, what can somebody do? Can they make themselves famous by just paying a botnet? The answer is kind of, but at a cost of authenticity and all this other stuff. So very, very interesting game to play.
In some ways too, it helps if you already have a base of some sort as well. You don't necessarily have to shamelessly promote yourself in that manner when you've already got a base, because the word of mouth will get around.
Yeah, I will say a lot of the platforms.
People will share it if they like. I'm not like just screaming in a void or anything like that, or like I release a song and people listen to it, so it's not like I don't. But as I said, like fame, like the Deadmau5 stuff.
Yeah.
How that even came about was Steve Duda is like somebody that I really idolize and look up to, and he basically, his supervillain origin story is around at 30 years old, which, like, again, I think we would agree, like, is somewhat late to the game. It's not like he hadn't been exposed to technology and stuff, but he started coding at 30 just because he'd seen, like, the kind of the quality of music plugins and stuff that was out on the market, and he was like, I can do better than this if I can just learn how to code. And so he taught himself how to code, and then now his VST, his, like, digital musical instrument is like pretty much is one of the most popular, like it's in pretty much every electronic music song, a lot of hip hop songs, like it's a very ubiquitous plugin. And it's something I'd always told people, you know, they were like, oh, I'm too old to get into hacking, or I'm too old to get into computers or programming or whatever. I'd be like, well, this guy. And so he was always this sort of thing that I'd point to. But we had just like talked online, you know, and I just told him what a big fan I was and stuff. And him and Deadmau5, Joel, work really closely together. They've known each other for quite a long time. And they had one of Deadmau5's first electronic music groups was like him. It was called Blue Screen of Death, and it was Steve and Deadmau5. That it was like during the pandemic, and like I just get a DM from Steve Duda, and he was like, hey, just want to let you know, I'm up in Toronto making music with Deadmau5, and we needed an acapella to put on this beat, and we found Antisec, and I told him to take a look at you, and we found Antisec, and that's how that whole thing happened. Like, it wasn't like I was like, hey, awesome. Deadmau5, like, we track together. Like, you know, I wasn't like, hey, Steve, like, could you put in a word for Deadmau5 to me? Like I said, I just get blindsided one day with a DM from Steve, like, oh, hey, we did this. And that's, like I said, there's so much cool things that have happened organically that, like, I haven't really felt the need to just force the issue.
Right.
And as I said, like with the Eels project, part of the problem, you know, is like that's one project I really did try to force, and it didn't work at all. So it's like, I guess that just kind of sitting around being lazy works.
It works just as well.
For all the kids out there.
I think it's.
How we doing?
Well, I want to play this video in a second, but I also just to comment on what you're saying, it's a lot of it's luck. Honestly, I really think a lot of it's luck.
I tell that to everybody. It is so much luck. Like, there's so much luck involved in literally anything. People that say that there isn't. I mean, there's a saying about like luck is like preparedness meets opportunity or something like that. I think is the formula. How you formulate luck or something. But yeah, largely that there is that, you know, even like my early career, like the Nerd Rap Entertainment System, when that kind of like broke out in 2005, you know, it was hitting sites like Dig and Made a Filter, like, you know, the kind of the bigger internet sites of the day, and it was getting passed around. But I'm telling you, 95% of the people that were in the comments of those things were all trashing me. They were all like, "This is fucking dumb. This sucks." Like, blah blah blah. It was just all hatred. And they said, if I would have listened to that, like, then I wouldn't be where I am today. But that, you know, the luck or something of even just kind of getting it out there, because whatever those 5% of people were that still identified with it and really appreciated it, and then I said that whole nerdcore kind of media frenzy that was going around the mid 2000s, all that, you know, yeah, it's like right place, right time. You know, like I didn't set out making music about computer hacking and spamming and stuff like that, thinking like, oh yeah, one day I'm gonna be in Blender magazine, or one day I'm gonna be on G4, or oh, one day I'm gonna do a track with Deadmau5. Like, it's none of that stuff even entered my head.
So I have a question. I know you said that this kind of came about organically. Are there any artists, producers out there that you would specifically have a desire to work with? Because I know there's some out there that share similar vibe, if you will. Grammatic comes to mind. Zed's Dead, who also did an album with another Canadian rapper named Omar Lynx, and it turned out really good. So, I mean, is there anybody that, like, those two artists come to mind when I think of, you know, that, like, they're on the same playlist, my curated playlist is my YTCracker. Like, is there anybody that you think of, like, hey, this is somebody that I could really collab with?
Not really. I mean, that's what I said, like, that's no one that I would like. I mean, again, there's a lot of people that I appreciate, and, you know, it'd be cool to work with them, but, like, no one really comes to mind specifically. Like, Kill the Noise, Jake, is like a friend of mine, like, that I met through music, but we don't ever really talk about music, like, when we hang out or anything. Yeah. Like, you know, I saw him, like, he happened to be in town when I was in Vegas at the same time. He was like, actually, it was like kind of the tail end of DEF CON, and I just hit him up and I was like, hey man, I'm gonna come through and chill. And they said that I've always been big fans of Pendulum, Knife Party, and we became friends.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Rob Swire was actually going to do a track for Introducing Needles.
Oh, that would have been badass.
Sweet.
But that didn't pan out. Yeah, he was gonna do one of the beats. I had there was another synthwave producer, Mitch Murder, who he did the Kung Fury soundtrack, and he's really big. He did Golden Girl off of the album. But I'd asked Carpenter Brute, was another synthwave group I'd seen if they were interested in doing something. It's like to say I haven't it's not that I haven't reached out, but I'm not the type of guy that said pester anybody or whatever to work with them.
Yeah, makes sense. It's your music, and you kind of want to keep your own vibe. Obviously, I guess one other question: how much do you do any of your own production? I know we talked about music earlier before the show.
Well, I mean, I do I do most of my engineering. So Decepticon, who's him and I. He's the one who actually gets all the royalty payments. I give him all the money that I make off of music because he's just in Jersey, making AI art. I don't even know if he even has a job. So I'm pretty much just taking, but he's responsible for the link and welcome to Get Along Gang. There's a lot of songs actually that he's done, but Bitcoin Baron, I produced that. So front to back, the beat's mine. Lyrics, obviously, everything that was all me. So there's that. It's funny because off of the Neil's album, I think I only did Convalescence is the only track that I did, and I also did the intro music. But I like producing, but I have a very I don't know, distinct sound or something. I don't know how to or workflow and it outputs. So you can tell if a beat is my beat kind of. I have a signature, whatever, and I don't really like rapping over my stuff all the time. I did the beat for Dirty Code pretty recently. There's a lot of songs that I produce on, but more or less the reason I like other producers is because they just have a way of bringing things out that I don't have. So yeah.
Cool. And I relate to. I certainly don't consider myself a producer by any means, but I hobby beat make every once in a while, and I know what you're saying. I find that about my own beats too, is that they don't sound the same, but they do sound the same kind of thing. It's and I always try to break out of it, and it always ends up sounding the same in the end. I might try to mix things up, different types of samples and stuff like that, but it always kind of comes back. The finished product to me always sounds a style, and I guess that's true for a lot of people. You look at Premiere, and he's got a sound.
Yeah. I think it's good to have an identity. My wife just cooked some shit, so she's texting me pictures. Pizza rolls and pizza.
Oh, that's brutal.
But the thing that, I said, it's sometimes I like having that whole total end-to-end creative control over something, because then when I'm making the beat, I can also think of the lyrics I'm going to do at the same time and really fit it properly. But yeah, I'm not as long as I've been producing music, now since I was a teenager, that I don't think that I'm as good as I should be for as long as I've been doing it type thing. And it's just, so there's a bit of that where I just know where my gaps are in my skill and stuff. And then, there's just other producers that are just way better at kind of bringing a lot of the most recent stuff I've been doing. There's a producer called Heath Stone that I've been working with, and there's something about his aesthetic and shit that really just jives with my writing style and kind of how I want to fit on a track. It's a crapshoot, but I still, I said, I enjoy music production. I've made beats for other people too, but yeah, I would say maybe like 10% or 20%. A lot of the beats with Decepticon though, like we collaborated on, like sent back and forth, and you know I'd make adjustments and then send it back or whatever. So that's more of a collaborative process. But yeah, I don't know.
Nice. Yeah. But in the end, I think you're definitely doing it the right way, because you're seeing your artistic vision manifest into the finished product, and that's a lot more than a lot of people can say for even if they're putting a lot of effort into it. I think it's hard to do. It's hard to see something through to the end, and so it sounds like you've got so much invested in it already that you can regularly see something through to the end, and whether or not it's 100% in your own eyes, because we're all self-critical to a super hard degree. But I would say a lot of people would probably tend to agree that you've got it down. You got a groove down that's really working for you. At least I say that.
Thank you. Like I said, yeah. Like you say, we're our own worst critics. I don't know. I think it's the other thing too is like in the hacking community, it's the same type of thing. Like that, I think if I was to take the Pepsi challenge against like, you know, some random assortment of computer people or whatever, like I'm probably better than half of them at least, or maybe 80% or something. But as far as like my peer group goes, like the people that I simp and look up to, the distance between me and them is gigantic. Like there's just this orders of magnitude space. And same thing with music. Like, you know, when you work with like a Deadmau5 or like a Rob Swire or somebody that, you know, is just insanely good at music or whatever, you realize like how much of an idiot you are, like comparatively. And so there's always this thing too, like the people you surround yourself with too are a way to inform that. And again, I would say that just based on that, like heuristic, I just know that I'm like, maybe I said like in a random sampling of people, like I'm better or whatever, but there's so much, like the difference between me and somebody that sucks is the same difference between me and a Deadmau5. You know what I'm saying? That like I'm like in the middle of that. It's more of a statistical outlier type thing.
I can see what you're saying with that. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
I was just gonna say, you know, that I suppose that's all in the eye of the beholder. You know, I like Deadmau5, but I'm not a huge Deadmau5 fan, even though I like electronic music. And I've seen Deadmau5 play multiple times, you know, way back, probably before he was even famous, being in Canada. He did a lot of Canadian tours before he was internationally famous, and I appreciate Deadmau5. But I listen to a lot more YTCracker than I do Deadmau5. So, you know, that's
what I like. It's funny because like the same way that I feel about other artists, like I was saying, Pendulum. You know, I was just super big fans of theirs, and through like luck, obviously, as I said, we became pretty close. But the fact that I'm somebody's favorite rapper, like, is funny to me because it's like that's cool. But like, I think about like, well, there's millions of people you could be listening to, and the fact that like I'm your favorite one it's awesome because then, you know, I also have my favorites. So it's like your favorite rapper's favorite rapper type stuff, and just the pecking order. But again, like I said, whatever the 9,200 people that are listening on Spotify a month, they could be listening to anything else, and then I'm glad they're listening. Like, it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, that it must feel good to know that it does, you know, appeal to people. Obviously, I'm sure you've been doing the music long enough to know that it definitely appeals to people. But at the same time, you know, you do it from an artistic standpoint, but it's pretty tough to continue doing something if you don't think people can appreciate it. But like you said, you early on you had haters and you kept going. So yeah,
you can't really do you can't really do it. And yeah, my email really is rapper@gmail.com. So if you want to send me shit, you can send me there. But
Wait, what is it?
yeah,
Oh, just rapper at
oh
Gmail,
no,
right?
yeah, my rapper@gmail. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But the like the like you said, that I think if I was making music and no one was listening to it, like it'd probably be somewhat discouraging. But like even I said that with the shows, you know, that I do, like sometimes I'll do a show and there's like 20 people there, and it's like I still just deliver the same caliber of show I do when it's 20,000 people. So there's a huge, like, just, you know, people are coming out, you know, they took time out of their day to come out and see you, and you know, got to deliver, stand and deliver type thing. But I don't, I'm very fortunate that really, like, I do have fans all over the world, people that, you know, listen to my music and stuff, and that's like every artist's dream, I think, like, to a degree, is it's, you know, that you're represented on every continent, or, you know, that there's somebody out there listening to you, even if it's a few hundred. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what it boils down to is whether you enjoy doing it. Like I said, you know, I make beats for a hobby. They're not something that I promote, put out there. It's not something I actively consider myself a musician. I just have fun when I'm doing it.
Yeah,
Some of them sound pretty good. Some of them sound like shit. And I'm like, you know, I mean, like, where did that vibe that I had yesterday go? Sometimes I'll be working on a track that'll be, I think's going really well. I'll come back to it the next day and I'll just fuck the whole thing up, and I'm like, well, I guess it's time to go to the. Thankfully, I'll usually back it up, and it's good form. But you know, I mean, and then I have a bunch of them that, you know, I lay down a drum beat. I'm like, I love that drum beat, and then everything else sucked over top of it. It was like, wow, this sounds like trash.
If you if you look through my Ableton folders, like, there's all a bunch of like, fuck music, this sucks, this sucks, final. You know, it's just, there's so much shit. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I know the struggle. There's this guy. There's this group. They're called Oliver, and they do electronic, like, house music stuff. But they have this. They're both really skilled at like, their way that they do sound mixing. But I remember one of the guys in the group, he like released his, like, this dump of his B-sides, like, just shit that he never released, like, this just his trash, and every single song in his, like, trash folder was like fucking 100 million times better than anything I've ever done in my life. And it's just funny that, like, that's the natural order of operations, is that, like, the things that he thinks are garbage are just like fucking insane.
Sometimes I think people think their own music is maybe too experimental too, because they did it for themselves, and they're like, I just don't think it'll appeal to other people. And
yeah, but you never know. Like, there's like one of my popular songs is Computer Crime, and that song, to me, like, I don't really like it that much. And I remember when I made it, I was just kind of phoning it in. Like, I remember the whole, like, the musical process of it, and then. But it's funny because it comes up a lot. People are like, I really love that song, and I'm just like, oh, thanks, but I hate it. Like, or not hate it, but like, I just don't really feel that strongly about it. And you can't choose what other people are gonna like either. You know, there's no.
It's funny because it's actually, I love that song. Absolutely love that song. Yeah.
That's
the
great.
beat and the flow, really, it's really got like a golden era of hip hop kind of vibe to it, in my opinion. The sound, maybe not lyrically the best track that you've done. I'm not knocking it, but it's definitely still one of my favorite. It's just, I could bob my head to it. Plus, I relate to it on some level. You know what I mean? And so I've always really loved that song, and I think maybe sometimes I'll listen to music for lyrical content, and sometimes I listen just for, like, overall, like, head bobbing vibe. And I think that's, again, I have to relate to music on some level, in some way, kind of, to really enjoy it. But I think with that track in particular, I think it's kind of more of a head bobber, where, you know, looking like Night at the Roxbury kind of shit. So
no, that's what that song is. It's not like supposed to be some, like, fucking lyrical tour de force or anything, but it's that it's just weird how many people like really like that song, and it's like not. Like I said, I don't really, I never really, I didn't think people were gonna like it that much.
That's funny. It's funny how that happens.
It's the same on Twitter. I'm sure you've noticed. Like you can tweet the most ridiculous, stupid thing, and that'll be the thing that everybody like starts retweeting and like cares about. It's just dumb. I hate it, but it's also funny in a way. A lot of stuff like chat's pretty lit. There's a lot of feedback, all mostly positive too. Somebody wrote "White Hats lol." Bed Ravelson. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing that right. I don't remember what we were talking about when he wrote "White Hats," but I can't imagine that.
It was dual core.
Oh yeah, okay. I was like, I can't imagine that that's the vibe we're giving off right now. There just can't be. But yeah, long live DPR. So spectating trouble also. Who is who? Well, you'll have to watch the entire episode to figure that out. No, of course I am the cartoon dog, but being controlled by the cartoon dog, also known as NOTDAN. That is No Self, my trusted co-host, and right here, you probably should have been on the top of the screen, but you know, I'm not that great at doing this, let alone anything else. But that is the infamous YTCracker, or the real YTCracker, I should say, because some asshole has your Twitter, I'm guessing, and they won't give it back.
Yeah, I don't have I have YTC on Twitter, and I never use it.
Oh, really? Okay, that's a legit OG.
That's elite. If you go to it, it just links to I think it just links to Digital Gangster or something like that. But
nice.
Yeah, YTCracker, I don't know neither.
Yeah, which is like, I'm assuming it's Jones, right? I'm assuming it's Jones, right? That owns YTCracker. But yeah, no. In all seriousness, hopefully they're not like fucking with it, being dumb. You could probably actually get it back if you really wanted, but I think that's a part of your vibe. Like I remember first talking to you, and it was asking for permission to do something, I want to say, and you're like, I don't give a single fuck at all, man. Go ahead, have at it. And it was something that most artists would be like, well, no, that's my intellectual property and blah blah blah. But you're like, fuck it, man, go for it, whatever. Which it's cool.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
The apathy is very strong. I mean, I'm just an ambivalent person in general. I'm opinionated about, obviously some things we were talking about earlier or whatever, but even that, like I said, I think everyone's entitled to their opinions. I think everyone can do what they want to do, and I'm just glad that people are sharing the planet with me.
Yeah, no doubt. And I wouldn't even call it apathy. I would more just call it you were just not. You weren't into the whole idea of treating this as like the end of the world, whereas some artists will, even artists that aren't very well known, will treat it like, no, this is my thing. You must do it exactly, or else. Which, yeah, that's I think why a lot of people kind of gravitate towards it. Being genuine, being authentic, and that is the name of the game for this show and for, I think, most of the people that watch it. So happy to have you on, dude. I don't want to keep like eating your time up, especially since I can sense that you absolutely want to just go at those pizza rolls or whatever you just got handed. So I'm a little hungry myself. Yeah, so if you guys want, we could do another break and keep going, but I'm gonna say we could also do just a part 2 down the road. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys though. We could run a poll in the chat somehow. I just don't recall how to do it. So we're gonna pick. We're gonna pick live.
You know,
right now.
I'm actually getting a little bit hungry myself here. I was out all fucking day,
We're
and then
running.
had a bowl of Cheerios before the show, and that was
You lucky,
that was it.
you lucky son of a
bowl
bitch. I had literally nothing
I
except for
had
that.
leftover pizza for lunch, and
I'm really
a bowl of
honestly
Cheerios for
just considering opening this fucking Old Spice up and taking a couple swigs to I have some Windex here too as well, so I could make a meal out of it. But I think we're running up on 4 hours. We might as well say goodbye and yeah, wrap it at 10:30. We'll play a couple more songs off the album. I did want to play this really quick before we play the rest of it and get off. But this is I got it queued up. Loud. Dead Mouse and YTCracker and Isaac. And this was 2021. So what is Nocturnal Wonderland? I'm actually not familiar with this music festival.
Giant
in Europe.
rave. No, it's Southern California. It's like it's an Insomniac event, but yeah, it's like it's like multiple. It's like EDC light.
Okay. Yeah, EDC is if for those of you not familiar so much, EDC is like real pretty. It's getting famous at least. It's a Vegas thing if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was there this year, but we didn't do the track. I just kind of milled around backstage. I was chilling with this girl. Just rock star shit, baby. Got to do it.
Absolutely. It's a requirement, and you're by law you're forced to. So
Yeah.
what are you supposed to do?
Compulsory.
All right, right on. Thank you so much, dude. We will do this again, as long as you're not like completely just like, holy fuck, get me off of this. These guys are nuts.
Oh, great time.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'll leave with my. Wait, what was that?
I said chopping game with fellow intellectuals is always a good thing. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I appreciate
No need to embellish.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I appreciate the intellectuals, but you can put the air quotes up when you need to. I'm just fucking around. I'll leave with my words of wisdom that I always do, which is shut the fuck up and get a lawyer, and trust me on that. That absolutely is some advice you may want to take. No self. Got any words of wisdom before we take off?
Keep your stick on the ice.
Keep your stick on the ice. Like that.
Love it.
Keep your stick on the ice. Hockey reference. Yeah.
It's hockey season right now, is it not? Or
It
coming
is.
up?
It is. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. I gotta
It's
watch me
full
some.
blown hockey season here. It's cold as fuck where I live.
I know. Yeah, I've been watching. It's insane. Even my hometown. Jesus Christ! I think I grew up in
Oh my
Buffalo.
God, that's fucking crazy in Buffalo. Yeah. No, we got like 6 inches of snow on the ground here, but not 6 feet. That's fucked.
Right?
That's
It's
fucked.
just-
I've never seen that much snow in my life.
I've lived through it a few times, and it is something to behold. But yeah, we'll see how that pans out for everybody. YTCracker, you got any final words? Words of wisdom?
Hack the planet.
Act the fucking planet. Hell yeah, I love it. All right, everybody.
Stick your head out the window when you say it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, preferably not an actual police car, but if you want to film something in an actual CHP police car, I may have one available for filming purposes, and I'm willing to take it out to the desert and do things to it. Just putting it out there.
Do it. Do it.
Alrighty, we're gonna wrap it up there, everybody. Thanks again for joining. We're gonna play some more stuff, but let me play this. Video. Mainly just because I've been teasing it too much. How do I do this? How do I work this goddamn thing? I'm gonna figure it out. Peace.
I'm the de facto leader of a movement, screaming at the planet back in 99. Capitalism in its prime, bubble hell had to knock me. Rooted, alphabet stupid, they troops in the suits, kid down doors and seats in my equipment. Knocking on my shit list, sitting on the hit list. Whole day radical, emphatic, dramatic, and it's scabbing. I envelope the game, call me rabbit. How to hop back on the internet, equivocally. Bitch, I be hit up with the mic style, symmetry, energy. New gangsta weapons in my head, steady from Apache house when I'm looking for the bad. Fast forward, now the internet anonymous and get until the lows go free. The mass prominent acts, and I said go and new. Dropping tables in my sequel like it was a movie. Pounding through your speakers, sound anything. Pounding through the bleachers, sound anything. If you're sitting below deck, in the lows, folks salute, bitch, and show some respect. Pound anything, pounding through your speakers, pound anything. Pounding through the bleachers, sound anything. If you're sitting below deck, in the lows, folks salute, bitch, and show some respect. Low sick, bitch, make both your hats Sony. Got the empty vibe, we rock your macaroni. Good coke.
All right. Well, that was a pretty hard out, but look it up on look it up on your local YouTubes. It's well worth it. Anyways, we're going out with the rest of Introducing Deals, and have a great night. Peace.
Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. I'm single, successful, handle my stress well. Might as well find a girl to impress well. Make this account on OkCupid. Better write a profile, it doesn't look stupid. 5'9", now I'm 6 feet. Souls deep, little on the pudgy side. Skinny fat, better mark, skinny scroll down to the mini app. Interests, comics, computers, RPGs, first person shooters. Delete. I help old women get across the streets. I also like listening to womanly problems and being mad considerate whenever you solve them. I'm a vegetarian lest you eat meat, cause I'm always open to try a new thing. Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. Profile pic with me and my cat, so the girls know I'm independent and all of that. My favorite music, quite eclectic. Whatever you dig, I'm sure that I respect it. No wanna be cliche, but long walks on the beach are a perfect date. I'd also like holding bags while you shop. At the mall with the millions of dollars I got. Dislikes if you're disingenuous on your profile about just seeking a friendship. Because I'm not like these other vultures. I'd rather get to know you and learn your culture. We can take it slow as a turtle, and I'll make sure to mark up in my journal the days that I met my perfect match. As you can see, I am a hell of a catch. Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. Feel like we just too Larry, but the kids don't know who that is, and that's scary. Type them away in the escapades to get laid on a late night date site query. information, heart racing, click new messages, load up the page and see her thumbnail framed in my browser. Could it be just a chance encounter? Click on our photos, misconnections, scrutinize them all, look for imperfections. Can't take chances, we're barely honest, but a girl's pictures are rarely this flawless. Hit reply, say I'm astonished. My lady, you look just like a goddess. Forgive me, but I can't believe that I'm speaking to such a queen on this fine weekend. I click send and I wait for my message to translate to a date. Read receipts will indicate what the future holds with my future mate.
Shot through the heart by your message today. She inboxed my heart with a message risque. Shot through the heart by your message today. Right from the start, my heart's beating away. Shot through the heart by your message today. She inboxed my heart with a message risque. Shot through the heart by your message today. Right from the start, my heart's beating away.
It's obvious my game is so solid. A pickup artist dropping mad knowledge. There's no way she resists the charm of the seductive text coming out of these arms. I can be coy and act aloof. When she asks if I'm real, can I show her proof? Yes, you bet your ass I'm that cute. Yes, I cleaned up nice in that suit. Would you agree to a meeting to punctuate this all-night greeting? I can tell we hit it off. It's obvious we're cut from the same cloth. Just tell me where to scoop ya. It's when you're free in the near future. Click submit again, and now I'm getting me a girlfriend. Woo!
Shot through the heart by your message today. She inboxed my heart with a message risque. Shot through the heart by your message today. Right from the start, my heart's beating away.
Show up at a house around 6. The driveway paved in them offset bricks. Always been a little nervous around them hot chicks, cause of all those years I spent on computer chips. Hesitate as I approach your door. I don't even have a place to take her on this day, so what am I here for? I gotta think quickly or else she's gonna know I'm just an open, I'm just kidding myself. Where's a place that we can just chill, that I can impress her with one of my little skills? Karaoke's not an option, man, you all heard me singing about the leaning on my thoughts and doing computer cleaning. Only sport I'm even good at is surfing up on the web, and the only place I do that's at the foot of my bed. Hold up, I think I got a solution. A staple of the past, like a game institution. Take her on a arcade date, make her feel special and make me look great. Show her I'm a bit of a player, so I can do the joust in the dragon's lair. Get the elevator action, I'm doing it up and down like I'm going on a rampage, destroying the whole town. Show her I committed a missile on a grid of multicolor pixels. Take her on a arcade date, make her feel special and make me look great. Show her I'm a bit of a player, so I can do the joust in the dragon's lair. Get the elevator action, I'm doing it up and down like I'm going on a rampage, destroying the whole town. Show them I committed a missile on a grid of multicolor pixels. Soon as we enter, I'm feeling myself at home. To the left, I got me spamming to the right, battle zone. Listen to the bleeps and the boops. I'm putting money in the changer, I'm gonna rally the troops. I got a pocket full of quarters and my homeboys do too. Sipping on the gin and the juice. Watch her eyes light up as I'm working the grain. Trying to win a stuffed animal with all of my change. Let me give it a shot, she states. So I give her the controls and wait. First try, she's pulling out a dinosaur. Looks like I'm bringing a ringer and she's defeating
color picture. Man, I'm in like Flynn, not Arrow, you stupid dummy, I'm talking Kevin. Even though I'm obviously lacking in talent and game, she thought it was endearing that I tried all the same. So with my post position secure, I felt better. I knew it was a lock when she put on my hooded sweater and she cuddled up next to me and touched my balls like I'm centipede. Excuse me for being lewd, I'm not used to attention from the opposite sex, but I believe that I mentioned that clearly at the onset. I think that I'm falling rapidly in love like $4 in a column. That's a Tetris reference, one that she get one. I'm sure she would appreciate me saying before we split, so I did, and she snickered. Then we headed back to her place for some Frogger and liquor. We went on a barcade date, then we headed to a home to invade each other's space. I guess we're just a couple of players, about to make a tempest in the dragon's lair. We got the elevator action, we doing the up and down, like we going on a records, destroying the whole town. Showing our command of the missiles from a greater multicolor pixel. We went on a barcade date, then we headed to a home to invade each other's space. I guess we're just a couple of players, about to make a tempest in the dragon's lair. We got the elevator action, we doing the up and down, like we going on a records, destroying the whole town. Showing our command of the missiles from a greater multicolor pixel.
Please flip the cassette over to side B to continue the adventure. Niels, his nefarious past now over a year behind him, moves in with his girlfriend. They quickly settle into a rather ordinary existence, working monotonous, white-collar jobs at local technology firms. The syndicate, however, has continued to expand its influence. By working symbiotically with the Federal Bureau of Telecommunications, a windfall of acquisitions, mergers, new legislation, and favorable court rulings have made the syndicate the largest and most powerful company in the world.
My home seems quiet, too quiet, and eerie stillness grips the walls. Check my phone, no missed calls. My girlfriend sound asleep as she sprawled out across the bed, full spread. Lean over and kiss her forehead. Slowly rising, tiptoe on to the kitchen to eat some leftover chicken. Intuition signal a feeling, something the universe is concealing. But I don't have a reason to feel this anxious, so just calm down, Niels. You been out the game, living boring. They can't bust you if you ain't scoring. Take a deep breath, take it easy. Hit the couch and watch some TV.
Senator Paul Ronald was pressured by his party to resign today after evidence acquired in a sweeping online sting operation revealed his ties to a slew of violent feminist organizations. Senator Ronald was the most vocal opponent to last year's telecom merger that formed the syndicate, leaving some critics to posit that his ouster was simply part of a vengeful political witch hunt. Documents provided by the Federal Bureau of Telecommunications detail how the newly streamlined process for law enforcement to make electronic surveillance requests has greatly boosted efficiency.
Not my circus, not my monkeys, not my problem, just the country. So what if the politicians got bunkies on all these other companies? Citizens who obey the law, don't get spied on, not at all. So my fears irrational, all hail corporate national. Who cares what you buy when you're online shopping? What about the porn that you're watching? What about the girls that you're stalking behind your girlfriend's back? Is that shocking? Cell phone tracks the places you're walking and all that flies gear that you're rocking. No one will possibly use that data against you sometime later. At least that's how I feel now. I've changed. Spent too long, go against the grain. Ain't no reason to fight the main. Got a good life and I can't complain. Water's heated, food is tasty. Got this couch on sale at Macy's. Lease a brand new black Mercedes. Blasting beats from the 1980s. Ignorance is bliss indeed, and the old me probably in a sea. But the prospect of losing all that I've gained taught me to shut up and stay in my lane. Leave the sofa, wash my dishes, replace plate and flip the switches. Walk in bedroom, lift the sheets, close my eyelids, back to sleep.
In an effort to make the government's surveillance of the internet easier, the syndicate has amended their terms of service today to refuse routing of any type of encrypted traffic on their ubiquitous backbone, except for a handful of authorized companies who have been pre-approved by the Federal Bureau of Telecommunications. Other companies who wish to apply for the exemption may do so on the FBT's website after filling out a few simple forms and paying a non-refundable processing fee of $2,000. Net neutrality and privacy advocates are up in arms about the changes, announcing their intention to file lawsuits attempting to block the new proposal.
from work to an open front door. Belongings scattered all along the floor. Did I get robbed? Better check what's gone. The drawers pulled out, television's on. Chairs tipped over and tables flipped. The lamps broken and the couch is ripped. Knickknacks, one stacks is strewn along the tile. And files collecting messy piles. See a single sheet of paper with an emblem amongst the bedroom on the door to my bedroom. Looks official, notarized. I surmise this letter comes from the good guys. But why? I ain't done dirt in months. I gave the game away to keep these stunts away from me, away from her, away from us. Thought my past was ash and dust. Read it closer, it seems contention isn't with me, not even mentioned. And since my girl's been being sneaky, download new episodes of shows weekly from channels that we don't pay for. So now the FBT came and shut her down. A prison time and jail for some shows seems far-fetched, but that's how it goes. Who hasn't downloaded a photo, an album, anime from Kyoto that you shouldn't have? Games apps up for grabs on the internet, zips, tours, raws, and cabs. Does it even feel like stealing when you're only 2 clicks away from straight peeling? Anything your heart desires, any format, through these wires and right past your doormat. I must admit it's a bit impersonal to receive or transmit the human beings behind the screens, dehumanized by these new machines. Naked celebrities for the taking, pilfer by dubious means for news making. Or an artist, brand new creation, stolen to get no compensation. Where's the line drawn? Bad intentions when you share those files on high-speed connections. When you target innocent users by stealing files off their home computers. What about cracking corporations or infiltrating uplink nations? Don't have to argue what's legal, but not all crimes created equal.
Scattered on the floor, papers, discs, and drawers. All of things. Notes up on the door, government at war. All things.
A brave new world where every action shared amongst those control what's happening. Arbitrarily enforce the rules, armed with the best surveillance tools. And you can't catch terrorists or kill tyrants, just drug busts and software pirates. Seems like a waste of the greatest net, cast over the ocean's deepest depths. Cause in this game can't tell combatants from all the civilians of private practice. Easy to brain control or contain with a narrative beam into your brain through fear. Uncertainty is no doubt why we need protections rolled out. Associate the powers that be profusely convince every criminal fierce as Bruce Lee. Truth is, everyone has potential to be subversive, crack and go mental. So they keep all that data central to say safety essential. Some see this hypocrisy and do nothing. Slap the fist, move wrists and click buttons. Get behind the cars and change the laws, but don't have all the brains to have the balls. Some soldiers who sit behind the walls of prison risk their lives for vision. Sacrifice themselves in position to fight this inquisition. But the casualties of guilty admission are never to be forgiven. And casualties like my girl in contrition, still a welcome addition.
Scattered on the floor, papers, discs, and drawers. All of things. Notes up on the door, government at war. All those things.
This is a collect call from an inmate at the San Sequestro Regional Correctional Facility. Do you accept the charges?
I do.
Niels, it's me. I knew I shouldn't have downloaded those shows. They're really trying to throw the book at me. I mean, 10 years in federal prison for True Housewives of San Sequestro. I have no idea what to do, and I'm totally scared. Scared.
In every event that might render some context is complex, but it's all part of the process. My God, as the world is far from lawless. And though I should be riding away, bottled up from a battle I fought yesterday. Mistakes are made short, gotta look to the end. I got a second chance to make it right again. And I can't change the choices I made in the past by being boisterous. and I can't change decisions. I'm meekly made to deserve derision. And with a different turn of events, I might have never met you, had no way to repent. I wouldn't be sitting up on the end of the phone trying to figure out a game plan, a way to atone. As long as we stick with it, keep taking our legs with it, and we remain quick with it, somehow we'll make it through. As long as we don't back down, when we get tossed around, we will always rebound, somehow we'll make it through. I'm reminded of a first excursion. I could have been considered a virgin. All things considered, I hadn't learned the difference of my interests all fell within business. Now the same business returns with a purpose to break deep beneath the surface. And yeah, it really makes me nervous. For a hermit, turned out civil service. Smart, clever, down for whatever. Always on a mission to change for the better. I have you to thank for that, and I'm grateful. Now it's my turn to be the guardian angel. I will orchestrate the conditions, so some might have another chance to go in the distance. And if they barter or martyr, let them see this how we operate when we got the armor. As long as we stick with it, keep taking our legs with it, and we remain quick with it, somehow we'll make it through. As long as we don't back down, when we get tossed around, we will always rebound, somehow we'll make it through. As long as we stick with it, keep taking our legs with it, and we remain quick with it, somehow we'll make it through. As long as we don't back down, when we get tossed around, we will always rebound, somehow we'll make it through.
I must atone for my part in this evil. If good men do nothing that is evil enough,
Idle hands do the devil's work, and I can say with full faith and confidence that I've been being a jerk, and I've been in everything I once stood for. On a threat that one day angels go and kick in my door, but there is no one on this planet that can flex it like me. I can't deny that I was born into this game to the beat of a different drummer, unencumbered by restrictions, no denying my addiction to the thrills of a system that I manipulate with ease. Bitch, please, I'm a hacker first and foremost. Till I croak, people see these civil liberties, complain how they broke, but then they never exercise them when it's counting the most. So I guess I gotta do it for them, be the champion. Don't let the people put their rights on and me and beat them at their own game. Using the same tools they use against us to keep population tame. Dust off the backups, run a cook and get them back up. Give them a test, see how they stack up. Put a little data so I must surpass the hack stuff. Hit them with the force of a kilo-bit Mac truck. Exercise my fingers, get them stretching the altar. All the things that I require to code the app proper. Bricks on my wrist, flash a watch, showstopper. Bottle full of vibe, and a nerdy pill popper. Poppy machine to keep me from dreams. Dedicate my life to these LED screens. It's the dream of a world, need a hero and quick. When he's armed with his arms and a solid state disc. When he kicks it like he boots and reboots automatics. Refreshing and reloading all his weapons and brackets. Type to bleeding and defeating everyone in his way. Cause it's like Omega hurting on a search and replace. And then he raise hell, eviscerate all the boxers with his gray hat anatomy, incision like doctors. Let me free, and I'ma keep it 110. And I won't ever let these government agents scare me again. I'm near the VPN, I'm on a name back tip. If they want me, gotta find me, I'ma give them the slip. And like a serial line, I got a problem with time. I'm still doing this, so try to catch me slipping right through your bitch. City in your city, I'ma strike at the center. I'm a citizen of San Sequestro, and a revolutionary flying on my coat like a flag. When we pull it out of hiding with a click and a drag, I'm being convalescent. Now I'm imbued with electrons. Easier for me to see how I have effect on the world. When I'm back to my roots, root shell on the consciousness of all of my troops. stand declared with the most efficient of all types shared. For the code reading impaired, she got them comments up top in an asterisk square, followed by a list of includes that are setting up the framework's initialized tools. Architecture optimized with a modest memory footprint resized to run under any conditions, from an RPod to a cloud of Gibsons. She's my golden girl, ready to release to the outside world. She's my golden girl, ready to release to the outside world. She got a set of long legs in the version tree, wide fork, new regs. But the branches, expansions don't fade. Every end's tied up with the make files made. No band-aids, cause I got a high fix mandate. Every plan date hit, every master committed in a pit to get her what my girl submitted. And no betas got rough at times with a few long nights and a couple lines. Ain't a problem that we didn't get squashed, cause the boss held it down with his Macintosh. And now she's all grown up and gorgeous, so I had to record this love letter to my girl gone golden, terminated by a semicolon. The QA is completed. I got a feeling that I'm missing some features, but I guess the way that I see it, I can't help it. You're my golden girl, my golden girl.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome again to Channel 23 KSEC News. I'm Skip Turner. A local hacker, fed up with the current state of the internet, has released a multi-platform application to create a sizable encrypted mesh network using all types of electronic devices. Upon running the application, mobile phones, tablets, routers, laptops, televisions, and even some household smart appliances like toasters and refrigerators are turned into peer-to-peer nodes for the network, wirelessly broadcasting and receiving data from any other connected gadgets within range. The developer, known only as Niels, began distributing the application along with its source code to San Sequestro locals yesterday. According to the available network statistics, the app has been installed on at least 250,000 devices already. Government officials have commented that this type of privacy application violates federal law by subverting the current ban on unlicensed encrypted traffic.
This application is clearly designed to make our job of protecting the people of this great nation more difficult, possibly subjecting our precious children to everything from anonymous cyberbullying to heinous acts of terrorism. Circumvention of these laws is itself an act of terrorism, and we will prosecute whoever is responsible for designing and distributing this application to the fullest extent of the law.
Anyone with information regarding this case is advised to contact the local Federal Bureau of Telecommunications field office.
and treasons, and I feel so gladly defend. Fighting for my rights until I'm me in my hand. Never bend or break, only made a mistake once. Be up on the science, how to feel my greatness. Return with a passion, craving the old action. Had I stirred a pot in an elegant fashion. Had I taken out just to be the last bastion. The beacon of freedom, keeping the game even. I can live with nightmares every time that I'm sleeping. As long as I don't even wanna wake up achieving.
Everyone has a right. Every single
this mission devices the process. Every bit of traffic that is keeping us cautious. Cause the hacker's greed is keeping the data free for people who is seek to use our methods for evil. So I turn the tables by taking our own tools. Taking back initiative, breaking the old rules. By making all the gadgets that we brought with our proof. Resources and the weapons that we turn on the group. Politicians and the oligarchs who seek to control. We're monitoring everything and charging a toll. So now the whole world's spraying up the data like a printer. Empowering the people with alternative internet.
everyone has a right. Every single
FBT, Agent Paddington speaking.
I'm currently looking at a ton of years in prison on a piracy charge that I don't think I can handle doing. If I gave you some valuable information on an active investigation, do you think you might be able to make my charges disappear?
Well, we can definitely help you out, depending on the significance of the information. The FBT always handsomely rewards its loyal informants. Which case is this regarding?
I know where you can find Niels.
You have my attention. Go on.
Hold up in this dingy makeshift apartment in the basement of the barcade in the darkness. Cable is running off in every direction, and the rack of electronics manage every connection. Lights blinking, computers thinking, I'm tinkering, living like the archetype of internet kingpin. Traffic on the scanners, but shadow, so I'm a shadow, and I gotta get my weapons ready. Prepping for battle, load them with ammo, get them dangerous. Payloads on my codes, worms, viruses, that get them contagious, and I feel them like a Danish. With the sweetness, fingers on the keyboard, typing showing my leadness. I can beat this behemoth of a system with ease. If I put one of my programs on the directory, should be a breeze when I break in. Cooking the bacon, no mistaken, Neil's no longer forsaken. Hit them with a system fail, attacking the system while I'm out of jail. Show them a banana for scale and get a slipping on the peel when they're hot on my trail. See me hitting every open port, cause I'm banging on their system while I'm staying out of the court. Collecting all the data for sport, so that I can build a water report. Hit them with a system fail, attacking the system while I'm out of jail. Show them a banana for scale and get a slipping on the peel when they're hot on my trail. See me hitting every open port, cause I'm banging on their system while I'm staying out of the court. Collecting all the data for sport, so that I can build a water report. Run that mainframe administrator game plan. I'm on a playing game and numbers like I'm Rayman. Slaying every agent rocking to the Ray-Ban. Staying all up in the darkness like a spray tan. Once I penetrate perimeters, from my way up through the system, begin turning up the temperature. Agents to the senators and copy their expenditures. I'm targeting the syndicate and targeting the messengers. Been exposed unequivocally. This is not the Little League. This beyond the 1930s Italy. No accountability, and there can be no counting on civility. So those of us that must make it our responsibility to disrupt, delete, destroy readily. While your boy Niels is sounding the reveille. And if I ever wind up paying the penalty, I'm proud of every one of my felonies. Hit them when the system failed. Attacking the system while I'm out of jail. Show them a banana for scale and get a slipping on the peel when they're hot on my trail. See me hitting every open port, cause I'm banging on the system while I'm staying out of the court. Collecting all the data for sports so that I can build a water report. Hit them when the system failed. Attacking the system while I'm out of jail. Show them a banana for scale and get a slipping on the peel when they're hot on my trail. See me hitting every open port, cause I'm banging on the system while I'm staying out of the court. Collecting all the data for sports so that I can build a water report.
With your hands up.
So here I am, another freedom fighter behind the bars. I guess I had it coming so you all can hold your applause. The cause and I executed everything perfect. Yes, it was worth it cause my program went and fulfilled its purpose. I went and put it in the public domain. And now the next generation of hackers can all know my name. And they can build on what I created and make it their own. And maybe modify the code so that it works with a drone. I'm here alone in my cell trying to pass the time faster. Trying to figure a way out of this here blasted disaster. My lawyer is incompetent, my judge is a moron. His girlfriend's on the outside probably getting the score wrong. See, a snitch is always someone who is close to your brain. So sometimes it can be better to just stay in your lane. But you know how good she wasn't playing all of those games. So again, I had it coming, I belong in these chains. Recent events probably could have been prevented if enough people stood up to the syndicate. Forget it, but monopolies became commonplace. Every city, every state, because they wanted no erase. And the politicians lining pockets, passing the laws that made it possible for syndicates to sink in their claws. And they won't bite their hand and beat them because the dollar's important. They need it for those little signs on those cute little portraits. Hell corporate, I want to see those guys in this jail because every single one of them is gone with a man. It's not what you know, it's who you know and who you pay off. And when your bottom line is hurting, it's just who you lay off. Since the question ain't no different, it's just one of the millions. Where the rules play up and different for us lowly civilians. But resigning your conclusions like that hurt the morale. Let me spit a little bit of rationale. Wasted intelligence, probably the worst thing ever done with human development. Either not using it or using it for dubious tasks. Or you go and dumb it down, you go and put on a mask. Or the service to your ancestors who held down the past so that you could be on earth here and now having a blast. So cop a trade, get a hobby, try and master a craft. Because the world always need experts in the scientist cast. Even though my craft might have got me to tame, I can make an impact going against the grain. And that might be the way you make your mark on the planet. Because you just might do things different and they won't understand it. But authority is malleable, so is convention. If you don't question what is going on in this dimension, you might find yourself in my shoes for a lesser offense. Because they made it all illegal on a stupid pretense. So question everything, don't accept things out of tradition. The only limitation that you have is your own ambition. And if you want to change the world, you have to actually act. There's no like button to click to make a real life impact. Knowledge and wisdom are the greatest weapons people can wield. The computer and the internet's your sword and your shield. So protect them with ferocity and don't allow my prophecy to ever reach completion, cause it would be an atrocity. That's all the story that I got for you now. I really thank you all for listening and you've been a great crowd. I should probably start my cases appeal, or at the very least decide what I want for my last meal. I will probably be here lounging about, so if you want to hear my story again, just give a shout. To make a set over